Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with Act 1 of our newest Fiasco classic playthrough, titled Draped Coffins. We are going to be playing a playset called Heroes of Pinnacle City. This is a superhero-themed game. We did our setup just this past Sunday, actually. And so tonight we will be going through Act 1, and then 2 weeks from now we'll be playing through Act 2. So, during the setup we established all of the relationships that we need and what kind of colors those relationships, and now we get to actually find out how this is all gonna go tits up. Oh, by the way, if foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, don't watch this game. As a matter of fact, don't watch anything on this channel. But if tits don't bother you, then welcome. So, speaking of tits, I'm going to let my players introduce themselves. We're starting off strong, y'all. I'm going to pass things off to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet or not, and plug anything that they may have going on. And then I think we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, so we're going to start with Austin.
Hi, I'm Tits. Wait, no. I'm Austin. I am the least findable probably on the internet. I don't know. I guess I haven't internet stalked all of you yet. So I don't even really have an account to do that with. I'm super excited to get into this. I will be playing the mayor of Pinnacle City, Alistair Andrews. I am excited to see where this all goes wrong. And Jeremy, every single time you say and if you have a problem with foul language and adult subject matter, I always expect you, and I know it's never coming, but I always expect you to follow it up with, then you can just fuck off. You got a problem with it, get the fuck out of here. But anyway, I'm excited to get going on this tonight and see who dies first.
My money's on me. Yeah, man, always a pleasure to have you. I love Fiasco, and you've always brought really interesting characters, and I know that you'll do the same with Mr. Mayor here. And I cannot wait to find out how fucked up our relationship is. But in real life, I love you. Speaking of love, next up is Jason.
Aw, that was a good one. Thanks, Jeremy. Hello, I am Jason Osorio. Always a pleasure to be here on the Erasmus Expeditions, and for this lovely Fiasco game, I will be playing Dyson Diaz, aka the Mechanist, a technological-themed superhero, anti-hero. Who knows? We'll have to see kind of how the scenes play out. Definitely looking forward to this. I'm also looking forward to next Friday, I believe at 8:30 p.m., if I'm remembering the time correctly. We have the third session of The Curse of Vladeska Drakov, run by the lovely Baron, who is down and to my left. Very excited to see how that game develops. It's getting a little spicy over in Falkovnia, but anyway, I will pass it back to our lovely player slash game master. I don't even know what to call you when we do Fiasco, Jeremy. Pass it back to Jeremy.
Nobody knows what to call me.
Who are you even?
That's a great question. Yeah, always a pleasure, Jason. Always. Yeah, and I'm very much looking forward to next week, seeing the third chapter of Falkovnia. Seeing what else my character can destroy. Speaking of what a character can destroy, next up is Baron.
We're dancing a knife's edge already. I'm Baron. You can find me here occasionally. Like Jason said, you'll find us next Friday as we do the third session of my Falkovnia short series, which I hope I'm not stressing my players out too much because I'm having fun.
We love it. Hurt us more.
Hurt us
Trauma mama.
Other than that, you can find me over on Mini Terrain Domain on Mondays as we fight some dooms in Sandpoint. But today, I'm going to be playing William Ward, also known as the Herald. Was once a different superhero, but some intervention of the third kind has pushed me on a path that I cannot turn away from. So with that, we'll figure out how that goes.
Indeed we shall. Again, one of the great things about Fiasco is genuinely, none of us know how this is going to go as we're starting out here. It's one of the best things about this game is it's very surprising every single time. Speaking of always surprising every single time, next up is Jake.
I like big tits and again not lie. Oh wait, did we move past the tit jokes?
Do we ever move past tits, Jacob?
Never.
No, not once. Not since I discovered them. So, okay. I'm Jake from Mini Terrain Domain, MTD Jake, where I either run or host numerous games. As Baron mentioned, we've got 7 Dooms for Sandpoint, a Pathfinder game on Monday nights. Tuesday nights is our Sky Metal Iron Gods that Sarah and I are both part of, which is a D&D 5e game. Our Thursday night show is a Kids on Bikes game, which is relevant. Jeremy is in that one, but it's super relevant because the character I'm playing, Kestrel, aka Carlene Adams, is a stream crossover from the Kids on Bikes game. I also dabble in stuff here and there and everywhere else. And super quick, if you're watching with us live this Saturday, you can tune in at 7 p.m. Eastern to catch The Beast of Vodan, a wolf-themed adventure that I am running for Todd Stashwick, Julia Madalena, Lloyd Collins, Zach Norman, and why did I just blank on my other player?
Carrie.
Oh my gosh, sorry,
Who's
Carrie.
literally in the chat, so there you
Right,
go, Carrie.
of course. I just looked over. I'm like, please don't let him be here.
You know, what's her name? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I always forget Carrie because I never play games with her. She's literally on like she's has vocally said that she is vying for to beat M for being on the most MTD games. But I digress because I do want to quickly mention, because I haven't mentioned it yet. Once again, Jeremy, you get to be the host of the breaking news. Also on August 1st, I will be hosting a special event that is taking place at Gen Con live in a theater. It is called Sentinels of the Shieldless, DM'd by Luke Gygax, with tons of amazing players, including Alicia Marie Body, Amy Vorpal, Spencer Shields. It's hosted by Mike Jimenez from The Weathered Dragon. And we are the channel of choice to host the broadcast, and we'll be managing the player rewards that can happen through Tiltify. This is a charity fundraiser benefiting a children's charity in, I believe, North Carolina, which is where the Weather Dragon calls home. So we're very excited about that. Jeremy and I will be a part of that, kind of working behind the scenes. That's what we do over at MTD, a bunch of charity stuff when we can. It feels very on point and a little braggy, but in my ear, the Superman theme just started playing as I talk about our charity work. So with that, up, and away.
Fantastic music cue. Yeah, brother. Always a joy to have you on, man. Love gaming with you. Love playing under you as a game master and running games for you, and even in a game like this where there is no game master. Be a lot of fun. All right. Speaking of a lot of fun, next up is Sarah.
Oh, that's funny because I was gonna be like, look, boobies.
Speaking of tits, no, that would have been
Speaking
terrible.
of tits and boobies. Yeah, no. Hi, I'm Sarah, Alice XAN on all of the socials. As Jake said, you can find me there every other Tuesday when we come back from break. Other than that, I'm basically like everybody else. I'm here, there, and everywhere at this point. Super glad to be back. Super glad to figure out what's gonna happen. My character is Kieran Pratt, aka Animalia. So I can't wait to see where this goes tonight. I am honestly I'm hoping it's gonna be quite a fiasco.
If only we could warn people of such.
She said the name.
She said it.
Ah.
Phoebe's Playhouse. All right, cool. Thank all of you very much for deciding to play again in another round of Fiasco here on the channel. I love this game. I've been fortunate enough to get many games of this in under my belt at this point. I bought the book years and years ago, and it took a long time, I think like 3 years, to finally convince people to play it. And yeah, I've managed to get a lot of games of it in since then. And I'm very happy about that, because this is a lot of fun. If you are unfamiliar with the way that this works, each one of us is going to get 2 scenes in this act. You can choose at the beginning, whenever it becomes your turn, whether you want to establish your scene or whether you want to resolve your scene. And whichever you choose, the other 5 of us will do the other. So if you establish, we will resolve. And if you choose to resolve, then we will establish. Establish gets to set like where the scene takes place, who is involved in those kinds of details. And then whoever gets to resolve gets to determine whether the scene ended well or badly for the main character that is the focus of that scene. That will determine which die that you get. However, in the first act, you don't keep the dice that you earn for your scene. You give them away, so you get to choose where they land. Remember that while other characters, including the other ones listed here on the screen, can be in a given scene, the scene does belong to the character whose scene it is, and they need to remain the main character of the scene. You can do flashbacks. That's definitely a possibility. Am I missing anything anybody can think of? No? I know most of you know how this works, but okay. I think we've covered all of our bases. We can always figure things out as we go. So I think we're ready to start. And as per the usual, we start with the person who's from the smallest town. And I think we have well established that that's Sarah.
Oh, I wish people were from smaller towns than me.
Yeah, but that would have to be like a town of 3 people.
Austin, it's finally not you. Oh, I come from a village, Austin. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, it bounces back between the 2 of you, depending on who's playing.
Mm-hmm.
We need somebody from a
Bedroom
hamlet.
community.
It is not very. Shut up. Anyway, shit.
So, do you want to establish?
I am going to establish.
Yeah?
I actually,
Excellent.
I think we're gonna do a flashback.
Ooh, starting off with a flashback.
Starting off
Hell
with a
yes.
flashback of
Credits
when,
finish. Flashback.
of
Let's
when
go.
Kestrel and Animalia. Well, when Animalia approached Kestrel.
Okay, hell yeah.
As long as Jake's okay with that.
I am A-okay with that.
Coolsies. Okay. So the way that I imagine this is the camera opens on this starless night sky. The city below is just absolutely lit up. It looks almost as bright as the sun, depending on where you're at in the city. And perched atop a gargoyle is this very large black raven looking over the city. She's been following someone. And I believe that someone might know that something or someone is following them. Jake, what is Kestrel doing?
Oh, I think given that you've established that you're at this high vantage point, I'm picturing that it's probably one of the taller, if not the tallest, sort of the Sears Tower of Chicago, kind of thing. So you're actually above, even though Kestrel is flying, gliding like a hawk does. She has a cape that allows her to almost appear to have the wings of a raptor. But I think that, especially if you've been observing her for a while, Kestrel as a soup, that's one of her abilities, is that she has flight. But she is currently circling and head just moving around as she's scanning for the city, for any one of the numerous crimes that are taking place, looking for which one is she going to take? Which one is the one that requires her attention? I kind of like to throw it out. I know we're establishing, so I guess either throw it to Sarah or somebody else. What crime's taking place that draws Kestrel's attention?
Ooh, I like that. Let's see what everyone else says.
I feel like you could always do the classic bank robbery. I mean,
Okay.
that's a classic
Yeah.
for a reason.
Hell yeah.
You know,
Armored car out front.
Okay. So I think then for everything that Kestrel notices, Animalia probably notices Kestrel noticing that there's some street thugs that are breaking into cars, doing smash and grabs on a couple of darkened streets. And then she looks a few blocks west of the central part of the city, and there's a couple of people that have a pickup truck, and they're rigging up some tow chains to try to rip an ATM machine out of a wall. And then the alarm sounds from the bank, and you just see, before her head even swivels to look in that direction, you see Kestrel suddenly tilt 90 degrees, fold back her wing cape, and goes right into a dive. And I think the next thing we see is as the crime is in progress, and the thieves are planning to, they've already, the armored truck isn't there as the object, it's their getaway vehicle, it's their plan to move undetected. And they're throwing these bags of cash in, they've got their masks on, and just for fun, I'm gonna say, have we established what our time period is? Is this modern day? Okay.
Not sure.
I'm gonna say, just so we can play, it could be anywhere from now to the 90s. The thieves are all dressed and wearing masks. They're dressed to look like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And
They've all just got socks on their penises and they're completely naked. Other than that,
they can't identify us if we don't have any identifying clothes. But the one who has the flea mask on slams the doors, goes to slam the doors of the the back door of the truck shut. And that's where, as the door shuts, Kestrel is just leaning against the side of the armored car and just goes, "Hello, boys." And then I'll turn it back to you, Sarah, wherever you want to,
Oh, I
or if
love
you're just going to
this.
watch this take place, or are you going to approach, however you want to do it.
The way that I was going to do this was because what she's trying to do is she's trying to find herself like a partner, not so much a sidekick, but a partner. And she's been watching Kestrel and being like, okay, she did this great, but she could have worked on this a little bit more type of thing. So I believe what she does is after she notices this dive, she too dives behind her, but instead of landing and making this grand appearance, she actually perches herself on top of the armored vehicle. So she can hear and she can listen to what's being said.
Yeah, so you probably were there then as you hear the "Hello, boys," and as she starts dealing with them, and I think there's a lot of her fighting style is that she moves very quickly. She her movements, even though she's on the ground now, are kind of have that still that bird like, that raptor like precision straight. It's almost like she becomes a blur. It's kind of making me think of Johnny Cage's shadow kick in the Mortal Kombat, where she'll just suddenly be like, and I think I'm not quick enough to come up with a bunch of specific things that she's saying, but a couple things you would hear her say is, as she strikes at and kind of rakes across with the talons that she has as part of her gloves, ripping open the shirt and drawing blood on one of them, she just says, "Ooh, that's going to leave some scar tissue." That's a 1999 Red Hot Chili Pepper song. And that's what she's doing. She's just calling out either lyrics or names of Red Hot Chili Pepper songs. And then she just starts kind of with the beat or the rhythm of the song as she's moving between the four of these criminals. You just start hearing, "Give it away, give it away, give it away now, give it away, give it away, give it away now." And I think she makes very quick work of them, having them all a little bit of a I don't even know what would she use. I'm not sure how she does, if she just has a bunch of zip ties or rope with her, but she gets them all tied up outside of the armored car, and I think at this point, as they're probably lying there tied up, groaning, she either pulls out a phone, or maybe she has some kind of a wrist communication device, and she calls 911, and then immediately you would hear 911, how can I help you? "Oh my gosh, there's 4 bank robbers. They're dressed," and she just does the full damsel in distress. "They're dressed like the Red Hot Chili Peppers and this incredible superhero, this magnificent, glorious specimen of a superhero just made quick work of them and has them tied up waiting for you, and the money's just sitting there." And she plays herself up a little bit. And then she hangs up the phone, and is just kind of listening and waiting for the sound of sirens, keeping an eye on them.
I think during that phone call to 911, you hear the mocking laughter coming from the Raven on top of this armored truck. Upon closer inspection of this Raven, you see these reflective blue and purple feathers. And much like how a raven mimics speech, it says, "Meet me at the rooftop." And you watch as it flies up to the rooftop.
I think that she has a very even just standing there, she has a very bird-like quality of just kind of sudden head movements as she just kind of cocks her head watching you fly away, looks down at the pile of robbers sitting there, and then tilts her head as you can just hear the sirens approaching. It says, "Well, you guys aren't going anywhere." And just the flare of the wings behind her, and she just launches straight up to follow you. Will land on the rooftop in a defensive position. All right, I'm here.
The Raven is perched on what looks like a very large, like, electrical box on top of on top of a building. And as it jumps, this form shifts. And when she lands squarely on her feet. And she brushes herself off. And it almost looks as if when she's brushing herself off, like little feathers come off. That was quite a show. I quite enjoyed that.
I didn't realize I was playing in front of an audience.
Oh, I happen to watch those who I find very, very interesting, and you have very much been one of those.
That's not creepy at all.
True. It is a little weird, I suppose. But I was hoping you and I could have a little chat while overlooking this lovely city of ours.
I haven't left yet, so you have my ear for
Oh.
now.
Unbristle your feathers. It's quite all right.
Bird joke. Funny.
I am Animalia.
Was that your given name? Your
Yes.
parents either really loved you or did not.
Oh. I don't like to use my given name on a first meeting. If we're going to do it that way, then I need yours as well.
Kestrel.
Perfect. I love everything. And you actually watch her as she approaches you, and there's no fear, no nothing. And she starts like just kind of like circling you. She's not reaching out to touch, but you can see that she is looking at every single inch of your costume, your your appearance, your what we she's trying to like measure you, it almost looks like. Lovely. I think you would do perfectly.
Or
Well, I am in a place where I could use a partner. I am very,
Well,
very particular about my partners.
I'm flattered, but we just met.
Of course. Of course. And obviously not the romantic type of partner. No, no, no.
Oh,
I mean,
Okay.
you and I working together.
I do pretty well on my own.
But I have seen times where you could have very much used a backup, and I don't know if you ever noticed the Raven distraction that helped you out occasionally.
Well, I didn't ask for the Raven's help, but I didn't know. I didn't know last week that the Thunder Boys were armed with the advanced weaponry they had. So I guess the Raven distraction was a pleasant surprise.
Good. I'm glad it helped. I think we could help one another.
So you want me to distract while you do your... No offense, but aside from distracting people, what does a Raven do?
Oh, I'm not just a raven. That's just what I like to use in order to patrol.
Okay.
I
So
shift. Would you like to see?
Sure. And she'll just kind of lean back against the edge of the roof.
You watch as the first thing that she turns into is actually another bird. She turns into a kestrel.
Yeah, or
Yeah, that's cool, but derivative.
The next thing that she turns into is a very large gray wolf.
Much more impressive.
And then as this gray wolf approaches you, it's almost as if it's in slow motion. This fur sloughs away and this thicker fur appears, and you now see this very large Kodiak bear in front of you, and it gets up and onto its hind legs.
I think at that you would actually see the maybe it's the wind, maybe it's an affectation of the costume, but as Kestrel kind of takes a bit of like is literally taken aback, the feathers on the wingsuit sort of ruffle a little bit. And she's like, okay. That is very impressive. If you can be this, why are you a raven so much?
Her form returns back to this more humanoid appearance, and she looks around. I like to do my finding in the dark, and it's much harder to see a raven in the dark.
I like that.
If I do it during the day, I choose something more simple.
Well, at least you didn't choose a bat. So is it just the wolf, the raven, and the bear, or you can like turn into anything?
I can turn into anything.
That's very impressive. So again, you can turn into a bear. Why the interest in a partner with admittedly a very strong, attractive, agile person who can only be bird-like?
I would not only like someone to help me, but from what I have seen from you, I would like to help you become the best that you can be, so that maybe even one day, I won't even say maybe, I will say one day, that you can even surpass myself. I'm not going to be a suit forever.
Already got your eyes on retirement, huh?
Always.
I thought I saw a few gray hairs around the muzzle of that bear. So, a partnership. Do you have like a wolf cave or something?
We'll call it a home, is much more. It's not as obvious on the outside as it is on the inside. You
What is
know,
it, like a
much like a TARDIS.
Oh,
It's much bigger on the inside.
you definitely have my attention now.
Perfect.
I've got to see this bigger on the inside place, but I will for now. And she steps up onto the edge of the roof and looks out over the city, the cape like wings hanging down, blowing dramatically in the breeze up here. And she's standing there with her hands on her hips and just kind of looking out over the city. And even now you can still hear from different parts of the city. You can hear sirens and you can see little pinpoint flashes of red and blue here and there. I can agree to, at least on a trial basis, a partnership. There's way too much crime for one girl to handle.
Exactly. And I am fine with a trial and here. And she actually offers you what looks like a business card, but it has the address of a small cottage outside of town. Do let me know when you come by. I'm not always paying attention to the door. It actually has a phone number for her as well.
She turns around to take the card from you and will kind of tuck it up inside the glove of her left hand. And she'll say, all right, well, I'll be sure to give you a call before I stop by. And then she gives you just a little 2-finger salute and falls backwards off the roof. And you hear this. I was going to try to make the sound, and I know it'll get gated, so I'm not going to do it. But like a screeaw of a hawk, and you just see the silhouette of her form as she glides out over the city and into the night, leaving you alone on the rooftop again.
Feeling very triumphant in that moment. And I think that's where this scene ends.
Scene? All right. Well done, y'all. Great job. So, gentlemen, how do we think that ended for Anomalia?
That seems like a pretty clear-cut white die to me.
I would have to agree. Okay. In that case, Sarah, you have earned a white die. Where would you like to send that white die?
I'm going to send that white die to my partner because they were so lovely.
Jake, you have a white die. Congratulations.
That was a hair flip.
Oh, beautiful.
I have way too short a hair to do anything with. I can do a beard flip. It doesn't have the same
flip.
It doesn't have the same
incredible
effect.
Somehow. I can't wait to find out more about the Thunder Boys, personally.
That was literally the first thing that popped into my head. And then that pause was me trying to find something better, remembering who I was playing with and going, Thunder Boys is perfect.
Yep. No, it works.
Yep. That's beautiful.
Excellent.
Why are all their powers based around water?
Okay. Moving right along, that means it is Jake's turn. Kestrel, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I hate establishing my first scene. I always do.
Understood.
So
Understood.
I will resolve.
Okay. Everyone else, what do we think? What do we want to see? What kind of a scene do we want to see with Kestrel?
First thought is that I'm still curious about it would be another like an even further flashback, which is such a weird way to start. But I'm curious about the dissolution of Kestrel's last. Oh, actually, no, it would be a flash forward because it's after because all three of them were on a team. So a dissolution of the third member is my first thought, but no,
This would be
not strongly.
who William was before.
Yes, used to be. I cannot remember the
Are we
name.
still? Is that still a
Lucky
thing, Baron?
Strike.
Yeah.
Lucky Strike. That's what it was.
Yeah, his old name was Lucky Strike.
That's what it was. Okay, and he was a third to the Kestrel and Animalia team.
I'm gonna leave that up to them.
Okay.
That's y'all.
Okay. So that's definitely a possibility. Anybody else? Let's see. What has Kestrel got going on? A rivalry. Okay. I think it would be fun to see a scene with Kestrel and the Herald, and how they are incompatible forms of justice. Like what moment that we discover that they are of
I was
two
about to
different
say.
minds of how to resolve,
Aren't these potentially the same thing?
could be. Could
I was
be.
gonna say, yeah,
Even
they
better.
could be.
¿Por qué no dos?
I mean, if we turn it up to 11, this could be the thing that
Ooh, the breaking
makes
point.
the Herald walk away. Or
Maybe not the
Lucky
Herald.
Strike walk
yeah,
away.
maybe this is the moment that Lucky Strike realizes
So
can't do things the same way.
Or does Lucky Strike walk away and it's is instead kicked out?
that's a thought.
Sorry, I'm
mean-
not establishing.
Well, I
resolving.
like kicked out because it helps us keep Kestrel more central to the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Gives more focus, I think, on the person making the decision. But I'm not married to any of this. I'm just throwing shit out
Yeah.
there.
I think
Yeah,
it
'cause
should be we need to save the world, and Lucky Strike's like save. We need to fix it.
Yeah, and this could be like a moment that one of the moments where Kestrel has kind of taken over for Animalia because she's not there.
Oh, okay. Excellent. All right.
So, in my mind, this is actually probably like a world level threat. Something indicating the major bad guy that we would see later on. This is
Okay.
like the first taste of that threat.
So maybe there's like a like an extra dimensional rift that's opened and it's let out like a half dozen of some kind of otherworldly beings, like laying waste to a certain block in the city or something.
The difference there could be like Lucky Strike's trying to stop by fighting, and Kestrel's trying to save people.
Okay. I mean, that works for me.
I mean, I'm asking you, Jake, how do you feel about that?
I love it.
Yeah, I dig it.
Would it be? I mean, do you think this would take place after that? Like in the deep.
That's a good call. Like this is like in the aftermath.
I was
of
gonna
the
say the
battle,
aftermath
argument
confrontation.
about
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
In our
Yeah.
in our lower budget superhero television series, we don't have the budget to show the fight with the extra dimensional beings, but we can show that the fight is over. We're pretty beat up, and
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe
set
it's
the
like
scene,
yeah, go
a
ahead.
kaiju lies dead, having collapsed
Nice.
onto a building. One of these creatures that was not sent back through the rift, but was instead finished off.
Yeah, so it's like
At-
city street, rubble, smoke,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Yeah, great.
I'm gonna take it one step further. What if it's half a kaiju because the rift closed on it? And so it's literally just the half, and maybe it was like the top half, and that's why it fell onto
Yep.
the building that's destroyed.
Collapse the building. Absolutely.
Well, if that's the case, I'm fine with that scene. Are you fine with that scene, dude?
Yes, I'm cool with it. I'm kind of visualizing the start of the scene.
I think we would see the devastation and then a viscera covered, beat to shit superhero. His uniform is simple. He wears a mask that covers his whole face. But I think he's kind of in like a pseudo superhero street clothes kind of thing. Like I didn't get the full option to change into my super suit. And, he approaches you, Kestrel. A lot of help you were back there. Felt like I was fighting him half by myself.
You were fighting them almost entirely by yourself because I was trying to get everybody out of that building.
Well, if you had stopped the threat, the building wouldn't have been in danger.
Do you have any idea how many people were still in that building when that rift closed and that thing collapsed on it? It wouldn't even be in that position if you hadn't wrangled it into this position showboating.
I don't choose my power. I'm fortunate. That's the best I can do. I wasn't showboating. I was surviving. I'm sorry, I just do it with a little bit of style.
I think at this point, it looks at first like I'm turning away from you in a huff, but I walk about 6 feet away and then I flare out my wingsuit and I spin, and some of that dust and debris pushes out of the way. And you see a pile of rubble. You see some of the ichor from this mess from the kaiju over top of it. But you see an arm, a leg, the empty, staring straight ahead eye of a half buried face. It's hard to tell for sure, but there's somewhere between 3 and 6 people just in this one section of rubble. That's your style. That's what your style gets you.
People are going to die, Kestrel.
They don't have to.
I can't save everybody.
You can save a hell of a lot more than if you're causing this to happen.
I think in this moment we actually see like a portion of the creature like open to like drop gore down upon us, and very like serendipitously like the wind catches and blows it like just away from Lucky Strike, so it like he's spotless. None of it lands on him, but there's probably like a little that catches off onto like the lower portion of your pant legs or something like that, so it's on your boots. The longer people are in danger, the more people need to be saved. I don't know how I can explain this to you any more clearly. Duration. We can save people all day long, but if there's nothing stopping the thing that's threatening them, we're going to be saving people all day long. if you it's bigger than us, Kestrel. I can't just save I can't save everybody.
Then what are you doing this for?
Problem.
What are you even doing this for? If you're not going to save them, why are we doing this? There's not going to be anybody left.
That doesn't. What are you talking about? I didn't save anybody.
I didn't say that, but you didn't save as many people as could have been saved. There are way more deaths on your, and you don't even have the decency to actually have the blood on your hands, kind of noticing your spotless appearance.
You know, I'm just starting to think that you and I don't see eye to eye.
You're just now starting to see that? I feel
I'm
like we're having this argument after every encounter.
And so we should just backpedal, react, and save those who are in danger and not stop the threat. Fix the problem. You know,
You save the people first, then you eliminate the threat.
that sounds like a doctor treating an illness instead of curing what's causing it. So are you in it for the money then? The longevity? The spotlight? I saved a bunch of people. Here's the key to the city. I'm not doing this for clout. I don't even show my face. Do you know why? Because it's not about me. You know what? I'm sorry. You were right to save those people, and I was right to handle that by myself. And I think that's perhaps how this should go from now on. You save them, I'll stop the fight.
I walk very slowly and very deliberately to you until is Lucky Strike tall?
He's a tall 5'8".
So probably fairly close to then seeing eye to eye as Kestrel will walk right up to you. I did not want this to happen. And she will gently sort of place a hand on your chest. This should never have come to this. For the longest time, we all worked so well together. We understood what our roles were, and we understood what was the most important thing during any crisis. And somewhere along the way, you say you're not doing it for the recognition, but you're doing it for selfish reasons. And I think she makes a very quick, you hear the sort of clicking sound of the talons coming out. And she does a quick snatching motion. And in that moment, she rips off your Warbird's insignia. And that's why I think you're right. We're not going to see eye to eye. Maybe you should handle the fights on your own, away from us. You're done.
So that's it then. I'm done.
You already put the period on the end of your last statement. I'm just underlining it.
Well, when they come back, because you and I both know they will, I hope you save everyone. I hope you save every last person. And I hope you realize that that job doesn't stop. I think I walk away.
And I think I'm picturing you turn the page and there's the full panel art of Kestrel standing there with Lucky Strike walking away in the distance. We see the pile of rubble with the bodies in there, the sort of shadowy picture of the kaiju, and we see the motion of that torn off Warbird's patch as the Warbird's patch is dropped from her hand onto the ground.
I think. Actually, no. I think that's a good way to end it. Hell yeah.
Excellent. Well
I
done.
knew when Baron and I were going to get to play against each other as rivals, we would get to yell at each other. And it would be fun.
The other fun part of Fiasco, you get to yell at your friends.
Yeah.
So good.
Murder your friends.
This is like on the movie set. As soon as the scene ends, you go over and you immediately
Oh my
hug.
god, you were so good. You were so
Like, oh, that was great.
The check-in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Post-starting check-in.
So, Jake, you did not establish. You resolved. So, how do you think that resolved for Kestrel?
It's tricky because
Mhm.
the scene we established was the breakup.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the scene absolutely went the way it was supposed to go.
I was about
Yes,
to say,
but
yeah.
it's about how it went for your character.
So I
Right.
think I'm gonna, in answering this question,
Mhm.
I'm going to slightly amend that final full page comic panel that we see Kestrel with her head turned slightly to the side and downward, and you can just see in the dust on her face, you can see the tear. This is not what Kestrel wanted, so I think that would have to be a black die.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Okay. And as
But
per
I don't
the
get to
usual
keep that black
with
die.
Act 1, that's correct. You get to give it away now. See what I did?
It never ends.
Full
It never
circle.
ends.
Put it back. Put it back.
Nice.
I was gonna say, I think Breaking the Girl is just playing somewhere in the background. I think just because I know this person is so good at dealing with these kinds of things, just because I want to see what you're gonna do, I'm gonna give this black die to Jason.
Ooh,
Okay.
interesting. Interessante.
You have a black spot.
Yes. Thank you, Jake.
Okay. Baron, it is now your turn. Do you want to establish or resolve?
I want to establish. 100% establishing.
Alright. What do we see?
I think we see the meeting between the Herald and the King Cobra where I procure a certain device from you.
Okay.
I guess for a little context, in the City of Supers, the Herald is fairly new to the scene. He hasn't really established himself as a criminal or a hero. He is a masked individual who seems up to his own selfish agenda.
Hell yeah.
So
Okay.
I imagine
Where
we
we at?
see like the juxtaposition of Lucky Strike walking away, and then this figure that looks very similar to him, dressed completely different. He wears like a black shirt, kind of like the long duster style overcoat, and his mask covers his mouth, and it's got like, the kind of air filter, like vials of something or other, kind of weird looking gas mask. And one of his eyes is like Bowie super dilated. And I imagine we would probably be meeting in your, I don't know if we would be in your like headquarters, your den of evil, but someplace we would be comfortable making a deal.
Yeah. I think we are at like a skyscraper that is being constructed type site. So there's at night, there's like plastic tarps, like blowing in the breeze, maybe like a light rain. Everything is like super harsh, like overhead lighting from like construction lights. There's equipment and like materials kind of like scattered all over the place, and wherever it is that the herald is sitting, I think we see like a black stretch limousine like pull up, headlights on, like stop like a considerable distance away, and like the lights go off, and there's like a long pause where nothing happens at first. And then the door opens, the driver's side door of the limo, and an individual gets out in like an impeccably tailored suit, wearing like black leather driving gloves, has sunglasses on despite the fact that it's nighttime, is like clean shaven, bald, and has a like brilliant emerald green tie and pocket scarf of like silk. And as they get out, you can see that there is a briefcase that is handcuffed to their wrist. They get out, they kind of straighten their tie and close the door of the limousine, and then approach you.
I think it's like the spotlight circle on like an opened patch of just recently poured concrete. We see like the I-beams sticking out of the ground. This is not like an actual construction site where they like do things in steps. It's like they've got bricks halfway up this wall, like stair staggered, and like they've started the various portions of this building in weird times. But we have this circle spotlight, and I'm just standing there waiting for you.
So this individual kind of like walks up to this circle of light, kind of stopping kind of right at the edge of it, hands crossed in front of them, with this briefcase held in the hand that it's handcuffed to. And they speak. You are the one known as the Herald?
I am. I thought we agreed to come alone. Like notioning at the guys from your limo.
There's not much that Mr. Crawford does alone, especially not in these situations.
I think it's in this moment that we see like the red dot of a laser kind of like dancing on your chest.
Well, it appears that Mr. Crawford is not the only one who has failed the assignment of arriving alone.
You actually see him undo his crossed arms, and he's got a laser pointer that was like reflecting off mirrors behind him, and then up and behind him down to your chest, or this figure's chest. No.
You said you would be clever.
I like to have a little fun. I'll toss it to him.
He just lets it kind of like bounce off of him and fall to the ground. If you're finished with the theatrics, then perhaps we can get down to business.
Very well. You have what I'm asking for?
We have the codes, the key. Once we receive payment, you'll receive the rest of the package.
What is it that King Cobra wants? Above the table.
Money. Lots and lots of money.
There's a suitcase at the ground next to me. I'll pick it up and reach it over to him.
This individual kind of like walks over, places this briefcase on the pile of bricks. It's kind of next to you, and then looks down, unzips this bag or opens this briefcase that you said you've got at your feet, and kind of very quickly just kind of like thumbs through the first stack of bills, It's all here. Should I count it?
Unmarked, unsequential. It's all there.
Good. Like I said, clever. He stands up, puts the briefcase he's got on the bricks, and takes out a key from his breast pocket and unlocks his handcuff, and then hands you the open end. As I said, codes, key, and when we can verify that it's all there, Mr. Crawford will be in touch to let you know where your package will be delivered.
I look at it, kind of nod in approval. Shut the case. Would be remiss to not express my displeasure to not have gotten the chance to meet Mr. Crawford himself. I'm sure you'd understand.
Of course. Mr. Crawford is here, and he kind of like gestures back towards the limousine, and you can see that the rear window of the limousine is rolled down, and you can just kind of see like the orange glow of like a cigarette cherry like illuminating the inside of the car for just a moment, and all you can kind of see is the outline of like a what looks like a mask made of solid gold, and you're pretty sure it's kind of shaped like a snake's face, and it's got like a fang.
I think we see, actually, instead of me examining the briefcase, the Herald is looking at the limo the entire time. Like, I'm acknowledging this person, but I am simply just looking in the direction of King Cobra, or where I think he is. Then I'll shut the case, say my displeasure of meeting without, not getting to meet him. Mr. Crawford, I'm sure it's a man of business. And I say this aloud. And as a man of business, I would have to believe he's in the mood to make a deal at any time.
This individual, kind of standing there with these driving gloves on, simply kind of like turns part way back towards the limousine. I'm certain that he would be willing to hear your proposal.
All I know is that when I seal or agree on a proposal, I'd like to shake the hand of the man I'm agreeing with.
I see.
Still looking at the limo, of course.
Wait here. And this individual kind of like turns on his like expensive Italian loafers and like makes his way back to the limousine, where he kind of bends over and speaks to this individual through this open window for a moment. And then he kind of like stands almost like at attention and turns with his back to the limousine and opens the door. And a figure gets out. Not as tall as the man who had gotten out of the limousine, but in silhouette, here outside of this circle of light, we can kind of see that he's wearing like a hoodie, it looks like, and the way that this hood kind of like drapes around his shoulders very much gives the impression of like a hooded cobra, with its hood open and flared. And this individual dressed in like a very like a nice green suit that is tailored, but not as nicely appointed as the limo driver. It's a little more streetwise. Like I said, it's got a hood. It's a little baggier. He approaches with maybe a little more swagger than you would possibly expect from somebody who's supposedly so high in the crime world. And he walks up to you, and flicks this cigarette that he's been smoking kind of out onto the ground. And as he gets towards the ring of where the edge of this light is, you can see the reflection of it on this golden snake mask that he's wearing that covers his face. I heard that you wanted to meet me.
I like to meet in person with anyone I plan to make deals with. Something of this nature. And he like gestures to the briefcase of money.
Scruples will get you killed, you know that, don't you?
I'm really not worried about dying. There are other things that are much more important to my interests.
So, a man who's not afraid of dying, interested in a bomb. Should I be worried?
Seems serendipitous, doesn't it?
Maybe a little too close to home.
What do you think I'm going to do with it?
Well, bombs generally are only good for one thing.
And you're fine with that?
You're planning to set it off here? In Pinnacle City?
Well, I'm not going to take it offshore and drop it in the ocean.
You're asking me to be okay with someone blowing up my milk calf.
A man like you has many avenues of cash flow, I'm sure. Where there's one Pinnacle City, there's another. Besides, what I plan to replace Pinnacle City with could be much more lucrative.
Is that so?
I'm working for a foreign interest. And I've come to the conclusion that preparing Pinnacle City for this foreign interest would take much too long, and it would be much easier to start with a clean slate, flat surface.
You, happen to know when it is that you're planning on setting off this clean slate?
Well, all I can say is things have been set in motion that cannot be stopped.
Very well. I'll tell you what. You give me a heads up on when you're planning on using this party favor, and maybe help me get in on the ground floor for whatever it is you've got that's coming after. I'll throw in an extra 10 million.
I don't need money. I need men, Cobra. You've got goons, and I need them. I'll get you a spot on the ground floor, and I'll take you to the very top. But to do so, I need the leg power to get me there.
He thinks for a moment, kind of scratching his chin under this this gold mask. What about servants that would never question you? Servants to the tune of, say, 30,000.
I would say that'd be a good deal.
10 million? Or no money at all?
If the money's on the table, I'll take it.
Okay. Ground floor. And I need at least 2 weeks heads up before you detonate this bomb.
Fair. I take off a glove, put out my hand to shake yours.
He extends his hand out towards you, and grasps your hand, and as he does so, you feel like a prick, like at your wrist.
I would say, I know I feel it, but I don't know if I would look away from you.
Just a little insurance policy. This is to make sure that we remain friends.
I can assure you, you will want to stay my friend.
Well, Harold, I suppose I should say it's good to meet you.
The pleasure is all mine.
We'll be in touch.
You know how to find me, and I'll reach into my pocket and pull out a card of some kind.
Quaint. He hands it to the limo driver, and then turns around and makes his way back towards the limo.
I'll be expecting the second half of my package.
Oh, you'll get it. Don't worry.
The herald turns and kind of vanishes into the silhouette outside the circle of light.
And
That's
scene.
part of the scene. Yeah.
Excellent. Well done. That was fun. Okay, so Baron established. Everyone else, what are we thinking? How do we want to resolve that?
Like white die for Baron. I think he
Yeah.
got what he wanted,
He
even though
his
he got
bomb.
pricked.
Yep.
I got more than what I wanted. I went in there going for a tool, and I got men.
You got men and money if you want it.
Robot men.
Mhm.
Okay, excellent. Baron, that earns you a white die. However, it is not for your keeping. Where do you want to give it?
I'm gonna give it to Jake for his stellar performance in the last scene.
Jake. That gives you 2 white die, sir. As we discussed earlier, there are many good things that come in pairs.
Tit
All
time.
right.
Awooga.
Ooga.
Ooga daga.
Jason.
Ooga.
Dyson, as the mechanist, you're up next. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Oh, Act 1 is for establishing in my mind. So
Okay.
I'm going to establish a scene. I'm sorry, Baron. We're going to run you through the ringer here. I'm going to establish a scene between Dyson and William. I think, we've been to a lot of like very, I don't want to say like stereotypical, but like very kind of like typical like superhero, supervillain kind of locations, an abandoned construction site or a construction site on top of buildings. I think this is like an old, like local sandwich shop. Like this is like a mom and pop sandwich shop somewhere in Pinnacle City. This is not a fancy place. Um, and I think the scene opens actually zoomed in on Dyson's cufflinks. And one of these, or both these cufflinks, they look like these little golden gears. And I think there's like a brief, almost like a comic book, like one panel is zoomed in on this golden gear cufflink, and the next panel you see another golden gear cufflink. Um, that as the herald was handing over this suitcase filled with money to this individual that may or may not be King Cobra, there is a tiny, like it almost has like little mechanical spider legs coming out of it. This like tiny golden gear kind of is clinging to the bottom of this suitcase. It scuttles out, it attaches underneath this limo, and it seems to be watching, listening, maybe to this interaction. Um, then we cut back to this scene in the sandwich shop where we see this man, maybe in his like mid to late 40s, maybe about 5'6". He's well dressed, but his suit is a little rumpled, very gaunt, with shaved head, like a black goatee, um, and these like steel gray eyes. And he is just sitting there drinking, I think, out of like some kind of like those red, like Coca-Cola glasses, essentially. But it's full of like some kind of sweet tea or something like that. And he is waiting for William to arrive at this place where, since they both kind of came from money. They used to eat here all the time. In fact, Baron, what is the name of this place? What is the name of this restaurant?
You're muted. Classic.
Classic.
There's my superpower. I think Jake nailed it. Pinnacle Pastrami.
Pinnacle Pastrami. I like that a lot. Yeah, and Dyson is waiting for William to show up. He called and asked you to come here. I guess this would be. I mean, this would obviously be after the meeting with King Cobra. So after your transition from Lucky Strike into the Herald, obviously, though obviously
So-
he doesn't know that.
I think perhaps if we could define our relationship a little better, I almost picture like mentor and like apprentice. Like I was maybe someone who aspired to be like you, got a job, kind of like Peter
Mhm.
Parker and Doc Ock. How it's like they're really a team, but like
Mhm.
just different ages. We're the
Yeah.
blue collar dad and some dude that's 18.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that a lot.
I think you said you're mid to late 40s. I think I'm probably like 28. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, fair.
Still both from money. We have
Mhm.
similar interests, and I think I just work with you in some degree.
Yeah, fair. That makes sense.
I'm somewhat of a scientist myself.
I'm somewhat of a scientist myself.
I think as we see Will walk in the door, it's still like the shaggy brown hair from the individual from the night before. But obviously, there's got to be something secret identity about this so that we haven't already given it away that we are,
Right.
So
Mhm.
I think perhaps, your little camera image that's seen, like I was wearing a hood or something.
Right.
That
Yeah,
kind of
everyone
like
seemed to be
overshadowed the
masked.
face. Like we just
Mhm.
didn't get a good look at my face. We know who it is, but
Mhm.
I come in, and covering that dilated eye is like a medical bandage.
Mhm.
Um, and I think, like, clumsily, Will walks into the door frame and like, oh, and then like walks in and sits down and kind of like spills some water on himself. He's like, oh shit,
William,
sorry.
what happened to your eye? What the bandage?
So
Are you all right? Please sit. And I think he'll kind of like he'll like get some napkins, just kind of push them over to you as he looks at you.
uh, you had left for your dinner that you were going to.
Yes, charity gala. You know how those can be.
Well, I know you say not to work in the lab while there's no one else there. It's an OSHA violation or whatever, and I understand that now.
Mm.
Uh, the micro particle accelerator. It's fine. The equipment's fine.
I don't care about the equipment, William. I'm concerned about your eye. It is intact? Yes. It's just
Yeah, it's super scratched cornea,
all right.
slightly
Well,
broken occipital bone.
you need an optometrist recommendation. I have people that could
No, I
help you.
I went earlier. It's all. We'll be all right.
All right. Well, I hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of ordering a sweet tea for myself. I know you prefer unsweetened. It should be coming shortly. But
Thank
I just, and I think you see Dyson sort of like strokes his goatee. He looks tired. He looks like he has these bags under his eyes, which is not super uncommon. I think he is not someone that cares too terribly much about appearances, although he is in the kind of the limelight quite a bit due to the size and profitability of Dyson Industries rather. And he says, I I just wanted to make sure you were all right. I had heard about these late night visits to the lab, and that is fine, of course, but it seems to be happening more and more often lately. It's just you seem different, William. And if there's anything I can do to help you, you know I am here for you.
Ah, Dyson. I'm not trying to worry. I. He kind of like smirks and shrugs. My passion gets the better of me sometimes. I
I
feel
know how
like
that can be.
I'm on the edge of something really huge, bigger than myself, much bigger than I could ever be. But I
Oh,
feel like I'm right on the cusp of it. I don't even know what it is, but I know I'm this close.
well, it sounds very promising. If I may ask, what is it?
Well, I mean, it's your equipment. I might as well be honest with what I'm using it for.
That would be appreciated.
He kind of like looks around. I think I've communicated with something that's not from our planet.
Ooh, is impressive. And have you actually been able to communicate back and forth, or you just reached out and found something?
Well, that's the thing. It's not verbal. Uh, this thing, I don't even really know what to call it. He has shown me so many things, visions through his eyes that could inspire the uninspired. I don't know. That's all I think about these days.
I think Dyson settles back into the booth. He's sitting opposite of you. I think the unsweet tea rather comes, sit down, and he'll say, "Do you want your usual?" I
Please.
assume,
Yes.
of course.
And like
Yeah.
how, the waitress, Shelly, she knows us.
Yeah. And yeah, he'll place the order, and then once Shelly has walked away, he'll say, "That is incredibly impressive, William. I would only urge you to be careful. If you have indeed made contact with some entities not of this world, do not make any commitments before you are certain of their intentions." Does that make sense? I'm not trying to stifle your creativity. You know, I fully support your endeavors, but just be cautious.
I can appreciate your concern, Dyson. I really do. I truly can say I appreciate you as a friend. Just you didn't have to do as much as you have for me. I don't say it enough.
When I see someone talented who is struggling simply due to a lack of resources, although you yourself, you are not poorly off, I try to help when I can. This city, it needs people like you. The kind of shakes his head. The warbirds are basically in the mayor's pocket. Did you? I don't know if you noticed this. He kind of leans in. And I think he's very he's very pedantic individual. He says, "Kestrel's name is misspelled. There's no A in the word Kestrel. That's not how you spell the name of the bird. It is preposterous. You would think that the mayor, at the very least, would be smart enough to catch that. It's horrible for branding. But anyway, there are giant monsters rampaging around, and people need someone that cares about them. And I get this sense, and I hope I am not overstepping, that you care about people, William. Truly care. Not for fame or fortune, but because you want to
Roll
help."
insight.
Yeah, right. Well, that is the impression I have always gotten. So if I can assist you in furthering your ambitions, I will do so.
I think as the camera switches back to Will, we're actually getting the side profile, but of the eye that's bandaged as he kind of like blinks and looks off into the distance.
And I think we skip ahead just a little bit. Just like the food has come, they're just talking small talk about business. Dyson mentions that those damn Thunder Boys stole some technology from Dyson Industries a week ago, and they're still trying to track it down. There's rumors of a strange individual called the Herald, though Dyson is, leaving it to the Warbirds, even though he's not especially confident in their abilities. And I think there's a point, William, where the conversation lulls a little bit. And I think you realize that there's not really anyone else in here. It's just the two of us and Shelly and Cooks and whoever else. And Dyson will lean in and say, "There is something I wanted to talk to you about, William. It's why I called you out here. I I know this is perhaps very strange, but I am in need of advice from a friend, from someone that I trust above all others. Would you be willing to help me with this?"
You mean me?
Of course. Oh, who else would I call, William?
I don't know. I'm flattered. Absolutely. What do you need? Hopefully not depth perception, as I don't have that.
No, I would not impose upon you in such a way, my friend. And he chuckles, but I think you see there's like a slight sadness in these gray eyes, and then he says, "Do you know what Huntington's chorea disease is?"
Well, that's the thing, as I don't know what it is, which makes me concerned.
Um, my daughter, Celestine, she was around 10 when the symptoms first began to show themselves. Uh, Erratic changes of moods, uncontrolled body movements, and gradually, over time, emotions, cognitive functions, these things, they are controlled, and he kind of points to a specific part of his head, his shaved head. These things that are controlled by the basal ganglia region of the brain, it starts to break down. It deteriorates over time. And I tell you this, William, I spent so much of my personal funds trying to find someone that could help her. And truly, I am amazed in the English language. There are so many ways to say it is incurable. I heard it from every doctor I came across. Even my own technologies, completely useless.
Dyson, if you need more money, I'll give you what I got.
It's not money, William. I would never ask you for money.
You're not asking, I'm giving.
I don't need your money, William. What I need is your counsel. Because a man approached me when Celestine was getting worse. I don't know if you noticed, but it was briefly in the papers that, oh, the technical mogul's daughter is sick, and then it just disappeared. Nowhere in the Pinnacle Herald, anywhere. The man who approached me was, well, he was not at the time, but he is now our mayor. Alistair. Alistair, yes. He approached me and said that he had some benefactor, someone that he knew, that had the technology capable of saving my daughter. And you hear no so many times. The first time you hear yes, you jump at it, especially when it is your child. And as a businessman, perhaps I should have smelled a rotten deal, but I was desperate. So I agreed. And in exchange for a very generous donation to his mayoral campaign, Alistair took Celestine to some facility, some place where she could be tended to. I have not been able to see her, William. I do not know where she is. I would have gone to the papers, to the news, but how easy would it be for, again, the warbirds to swoop in, plant some incriminating evidence in my home, and all of a sudden, oh, this man who slanders the mayor is a horrible criminal himself. Throw him in jail. Take possession of his belongings, which I'm sure the mayor would adore, having access to all of Dyson Industries technology. But I am running out of options. What do you think I should do? If you were in my shoes, if you were sitting where I sit, no idea of where your daughter is, what has happened to her, what would you do?
I would rip every building down until I found her.
He is silent for several moments after you say that, William. And then he sort of slumps back in his seat.
As you slump back, I think William kind of leans forward and on the table, and I think we almost get like that top view of his face for just a second. Tell me what you need me to do, Tyson, and I'll do it. I'll find her if you need me to find her.
I am her father. I should handle this.
You are.
It is
Dyson, I'm your friend.
I know you are, William. I don't want to put you in any more trouble. I mean, look at your eye.
That's
You
my
know,
fault.
I understand, but you are not at 100% efficiency, yes? So heal. And when you are healed, I will be happy to call upon you if you still wish to help me at that time. The mayor could come down on you too. Your family, your wealth is not untouchable, just as mine is not
I
untouchable.
think Will slams his hand on the table. There's like the jump of silverware. My 70% is better than half the people's 100. Sorry.
You are proud. You have to be careful about that. Arrogance is many a wise and intelligent man's undoing, William.
You're right.
But you aren't wrong either. You're 70% exceptional.
just feel passionate about the people I care about.
I know. And maybe, if you wish to help, start helping now. When you have established the motivations of these otherworldly individuals you speak with, perhaps you could ask them if they have something, some kind of technology that could help. But again, I do not want this to take over your work. This is your find, your discovery. Embrace it, relish it.
A look of melancholy that crosses his face. I don't think it'll be that kind of conversation, Tyson. But I can try.
I hope it is. I hope your conversation opens entire new vistas of creation and change for you, William. You are owed that much. I just want my daughter to live long enough to see it.
Me too.
I will think on your advice. Wise mentor. He kind of inclines his head. And then yeah, I think unless there's anything else, William, I think that's probably the end of the scene essentially.
I almost picture this as like a patio seat in this pastrami shot. I think it's just like the kind of like the packing of a cigarette pack as William takes out a cigarette. The pack.
Those things will kill you, you know.
Are they lucky strikes?
It's a pack of strikes. Not if you're lucky.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Excellent. Well done. Whoop. Okay.
Nobody gets any dice.
No dice.
Nobody
for you.
gets any.
No dice for you.
No dice.
Game over.
Game over.
dice.
I established, so y'all need to
Yeah.
resolve.
So what do we think
heart-
here for
My heart
Dyson?
says black die. It feels like he was seeing his friend like slip further into extremism and didn't really get any resolution on his missing daughter.
True.
I feel like we've established that Jason's daughter is missing.
Yeah. I mean, he came to him for advice, so it wasn't like necessarily to find her. But I do also agree. I mean,
I don't
he's
mean-
also got a mad dog essentially helping. You know,
Yeah,
he's
I was gonna say.
Right.
obviously-
I mean, more like within that conversation, the resolution was you should just fucking rip the world down until you have
Right.
her.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe you confided in a madman.
Just
Okay.
titty bit. So black die.
Yeah, black die. Where you want to send it?
Oh, I'm gonna give it to Baron. Lovely scene, Baron. I appreciate that.
A black die for you. Excellent. Okay. That brings us to Austin. Mr. Mayor. You want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I always go with resolve, and so I'm going to shake it up. I think I have
Ooh.
something that I want to try, and so I'm going to see how much of this I can weave into getting established in my first scene.
Okay.
So
Oh, yeah.
I would like this to start backstage, like waiting in the wings at a press conference that the mayor's office has called. He has roped Dyson into this mostly as a prop, like just there to stand behind him and as he kind of talks to the press. This is why I was asking earlier in the chat if anybody wanted their secret identity to be a reporter, because at this point I think it's down to either Kestrel or Animalia. But if so, I'd love to have you in the press pit. But if not, no worries. I'm sure we can improv our way around it. Does Cole Crawford have a like public facing industrialist like persona as Cole, or is he like more of a in the shadows?
Yeah, definitely not up front. He probably has someone for that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think then like probably like the representative for Eastern Imports might be there as well.
Okay.
Also kind of as an industry prop, but
Sure.
kind of soaking up a bit of the recognition. So we start in the wings of this kind of press room at City Hall. And you can hear this kind of muffled talk of like a press secretary kind of giving an intro to the press and describing like what the conversation ground rules are going to be for this press junket of sorts. And um the Alistair Andrews is probably about 5'10". He's wearing like a dark suit. He's like choosing ties at the very last moment. Like, no, Becky, I think let's go with the blue one. The blue one. And he's tying the tie as he kind of looks over to Dyson, kind of looks back without saying anything. Tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips, the teeth, the top of the tongue. You ready for this? Don't embarrass me out there.
Dyson is looking out at kind of where we will walk out of the wings onto the stage, air quotes, for this press conference. His suit is still slightly rumpled, different suit, but still slightly rumpled. Still the same golden cog cufflinks. I think he kind of like adjusts one of them. Seems like just a nervous tick. But then he kind of looks over at you, Alistair, and says, "This is not my first rodeo, Mr. Mayor. You know that."
I do. It's good to have you on the team, Dyson. And he gives you what seems like an almost genuine smile, which might almost be confusing.
Yeah, I think Dyson kind of gives you this very like brittle smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Like there is an unstated understanding here. Looks almost mechanical, some might say. A little smile. But he doesn't say anything else.
Becky, could you get us a couple bottles of water? Thank you. The cold ones from my office, the fridge under the desk. Thank you. And the second they're alone, he turns to Dyson. Listen, I understand. I've got you in a tough position. I don't mean to. This is not what I wanted. But we can still work together. I promise. I'm doing everything I can. Our original deal still stands. I'm doing everything I can to try to find a permanent solution to your daughter's malady. I understand. It's been a rough year for you, and we're doing everything we can. I appreciate our relationship staying cordial, professional, and mutually beneficial. So let's keep it that way.
Of course. It'd be foolish of me to do otherwise when you have bird 1 and bird 2 in your back pocket, so why would I step out of line? You are the mayor, after all.
Oh, please. For you, I'm Alistair.
Alistair.
I think that's our cue. And he's going to walk out, and immediately he's in like super smiley politician mode, waving to everybody. Gets to the podium. Thank you all so much for being here. Obviously, this was there's been in the works for a while, but we have a big announcement, and I just need to let my fellow Pinnacleites know that something big is coming for this city. In conjunction with Dyson Industries and our brilliant their brilliant CEO, Mr. Diaz, and using parts sourced right here in Pinnacle City, provided by the fabulous Eastern Imports, one of the largest employers in the city, I might add. We have a new initiative that we are rolling out in the next 6 months. We are going to be replacing outdated technologies, upgrading our infrastructure, and it will all be possible through our new workforce. A workforce that will work tirelessly for the people of this city. Now, it's no secret that Mr. Diaz was one of my biggest contributors, but I assure you that every step of the way, this has been vetted. We have taken multiple bids, and we've gone with the best. There's a reason we've aligned ourselves, because Mr. Diaz is the best at what he does. And the manufacturing here in Pinnacle City would not exist without Eastern Imports. So I would like to announce now that we are rolling out our new civil servant program. The civil servant program is going to entail a robotic workforce deployed to all major intersections, to every downtrodden part of this city. And I understand crime is a major concern. Under my leadership, it is down by 8%, but there's more work that we can do, and we can do it together. Are there any questions? And he like opens up to the press.
Mr. Mayor, what is the insinuation that we'll be losing jobs for automated servants?
I'm so glad you asked that. I have been working tirelessly on a plan that is very unique to Pinnacle City. We are going to be rolling out in small spurts and steps a universal basic income program to replace lost income for anyone affected particularly by the rollout of this new program. But we have plans in place to keep everything in Pinnacle City affordable and keep those in Pinnacle City that would like to work working hard.
What do you got to say about Eastern imports using slave labor for their factories overseas?
There's a representative from the company who's like an older woman with like short gray hair, and again like a suit made of like this emerald green. It's like pinstriped, like pencil skirt. She very quickly like steps up beside the mayor and kind of leans in towards the microphone. That is an open case. We are not allowed to discuss it, but I can assure you that that is not what is happening. It's clearly a misunderstanding, and it will all be sorted out in due time.
You hear another question in the background. What kind of precautions are you taking in case something goes wrong with these so-called robotic civil servants?
Every
I could
precaution is being
answer
taken.
that, Mr. Mayor, actually.
Yes,
if you don't
please.
mind.
Please, Mr.
I think Dyson has just sort of been sitting there like just like this rictus smile on his face, but this is actually a question that he can't answer. Um, I think the gears in his mind, metaphorical gears, maybe literal gears, are turning as he says, there is a security program, of course, copyrighted by Dyson Industries, Sentry, that will be employed to ensure that there are no issues with these mechanical servants. I understand, of course, we've all seen the movies. Robots go crazy and start destroying everything. I assure you that with the Sentry program, this will not happen with these civil servants. They will be kept on a tight leash, so to speak.
If that's the case, who holds said leash? Is it you, Mr. Diaz, or is it our lovely mayor here?
I believe it
I
will
can
be a joint venture. Yes, so please.
Yes, I can hop in here. After we're all listen, we've all lived in and loved this city for many years now. I know you, Jessica, have been covering my campaign since at least my city manager days, but we're all familiar with the Jorgensen Corporation and how their CEO put a kill switch into every toaster that would make it blow up. We all lived through that. We all lived through when the Christofferson Group CEO tried to activate people's cars to drive into the ocean. We all remember the corporate malfeasance that has occurred in this city. And to assure that there is no chance of that happening, no offense to Mr. Diaz, who I know personally and is a lovely individual, and I can promise you personally, would never try to make the sewers explode. That was
Absolutely not.
another strange one. But
Mhm.
we have put a specially designed, independently contracted kill chip into each of these servants. So if anyone was to attempt such a thing, I do have the ultimate control over shutting these down. So I give you my assurance this is absolutely safe and cannot be tampered with.
Well, hold on. If there is to be some sort of kill switch, should it not belong to the one who created this? Should it not belong to Mr. Diaz in the first place?
I
Well,
trust the mayor implicitly. I'm sure that it will be in good hands.
And you
Speaking
just
of good
see her
hands,
face.
speaking of good hands, Dr. Dyson, it's been about 1 year since the story of your daughter broke. How's that going? We haven't seen her in the media lately.
I think he goes still, actually, almost unnaturally still at that question. I think we kind of do like the classic like movie trope where like everything slows down. You see like flashes of the camera just as there's like this ringing in his ears. Um, and then I think we hear this like something like click. So like click, it's a little mechanical sound, and he just kind of smiles and he says, she is receiving the best care possible. It is a difficult time for the Diaz family. As you know, my wife tragically passed away not long before my daughter's sickness. So we are battered, but we are not defeated. And I have hope that the situation will continue to improve. We just do not like to air this situation in front of the public. We have enough to worry about with giant kaijus and monsters and people blowing up toasters. It is a very hectic time for Pinnacle City right now. I think he's like clenching his hands together very tightly under the table as he says
Speaking,
this.
speaking of
Mr.
managing time, with all that on your plate, where did you find the time to build 30,000 robot civil servants?
He's actually going to look to you, Alistair, because like he knows he didn't build it, but he's kind of curious, like, how are you going to explain this? Or did he? Is that the insinuation that he did build these for Alistair?
I think that there is a lot of the technology that was provided and assembled by Dyson Industries.
There.
Parts were sourced from Eastern imports, and there were some parts that you might have been like, if you were personally involved, you might have had some questions about where those came from.
Gotcha.
And then I think after final assembly, software installation was done somewhere you don't know about. Like
Got it.
you delivered the unbooted robots, and no one is entirely sure how the mayor, like where the mayor booted them up or did anything with them. He'll say we made sure that the allocation of work for all of our government contracts was distributed in a way that it could be handled. We put a pause on some minor, lesser projects that were already stagnating, and we were able to find the time and the energy to try to go to work for this city. With that, I'd like to say thank you all so much for being here. I truly appreciate your questions. I hope to see all of you again really soon. It's always lovely speaking to all of you wonderful people in our press corps.
Mr. Mayor, one more question before you leave. It is public knowledge that Dr. Dyson has invested heavily into your campaign, and now this collaboration on the civil servants. Well, it just begs us to ask, what does Dr. Dyson get out of this?
Dr. Dyson, Dr. Diaz gets to be a part of the future of this city and
Well said.
building a legacy of service and elevation. We will take Pinnacle City to the pinnacle of cities. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your time. And like with that, he kind of like, the press secretary kind of comes back on, helps usher him off.
Perfect. Yeah, there's like an explosion from the crowd of like people trying to get in last minute questions.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay. So Austin established. So we need to resolve. What do we think, y'all?
It's a white die.
Yeah, that's definitely a guy.
Pretty smooth. Yeah.
Certainly seemed like it.
I had a reporter and some questions on deck, and Baron was doing such a good job.
Yeah, man.
I was like, nope.
Yeah, I was totally just going to ask about the Thunder Boys. So,
I had a hard-hitting journalism question, but it didn't really. No, Baron did a good job. No, that was definitely a white die for
Yeah, agreed.
Austin.
I agree. That was a really fun scene.
Mhm.
Okay, Austin, you've got a white die coming to you. Where are you going to send it?
I'm gonna give it to another hard-hitting journalist, Sarah.
Hey.
All right, so white die.
Thank you.
Those
For
were
you.
hard questions to answer, especially because I had to make up the answer.
Hey. Improv, baby.
Excellent. Okay, I guess that brings us to me. I don't want to establish, so I'm gonna elect to resolve and leave that
I
ball.
want
in
to
y'all's
see.
court.
I want to see the romance.
The
I
romance.
want to see.
I
what's
knew
going
that
on.
was coming, Jake. The
I-
moment you said
I
wanna see
demand
something.
romance.
Nope.
Give me
I
a
want to see.
romance
That's what I
now.
want to see.
Romance.
I don't
romance
care
time.
how. I don't care what the scene is. I just want to see
Now,
Okay.
now.
Now,
kiss.
Now kiss.
Make them kiss.
Oh, dark helmet.
I think
Oh,
we had
dog.
talked.
Your helmet's so big.
I think we had
Okay.
talked in the setup about this sort of blossoming in the location, this alien world.
Yes.
I could be wrong about that, but yeah, I kind of want to see the flashback to that, like
Where they
we're
got
3 weeks.
stranded.
We're 3 weeks into you being trapped there, or 2 months or something, and
I
you've
don't
been
know, I
each
kinda
other's
think-
only lifelines.
I kind of want to see what they are now first, for some context.
Oh.
Yes, that's
Okay.
interesting.
Ooh.
Yeah, I love that idea of the establishment on the exotic planet, but I kind of also want to see what is the state of their relationship right now.
Currently.
Because
Yeah.
didn't we also say?
The
Didn't we also
romance
say that
is
it's your secret identities,
Right.
isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, we don't know of each other's real identities.
Is it the secret identities that fell in love, or the masked identities? Because I
Ooh.
thought it was the masked ones, but I
Yeah.
couldn't remember. I can't remember.
I think that's
was
what
the-
we established.
It was the masked identities that fell in love.
That's what
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Masked identities.
Because the idea of like a hero and a villain somehow like finding love with each other is maybe where the interesting thing is. Okay, so where are we then currently?
I was gonna say, if we're doing like current,
Mhm.
How
Are
about
you
we do
maybe foiling
a
something?
fun one? The docks. What's happening
Oh,
at the
yeah.
docks?
Classic.
Exactly.
Yeah. Lots and lots of like empty warehouses, or like warehouses that are empty at this time of day or something. Okay. Excellent. So I think we find ourselves maybe in one of these warehouses, mostly abandoned. You can hear like the water and like the foghorn of the ships that are kind of like out in the bay, just outside the building. And there is an individual who is duct taped to a chair, kind of in the middle of this empty space. And it's very, very clear that this person has been severely beaten. And we see the limo driver like putting his leather gloves back on over like these like bruised knuckles on his hand. And as he kind of puts these gloves back on, he turns and says, "Will there be anything else, Mr. Crawford?" And Cole says, No, Nathaniel, I think that's quite enough for tonight. Why don't you leave me alone with Mr. Grace? I think there are a few more words that I would like to have with him before I call it a night. And the limo driver kind of, again, still wearing these sunglasses, gives one last look at this individual who's maybe still alive. And then says, "Very well, sir. Good night." and he turns and leaves. And then Cole turns to this individual, and he reaches a hand up to like touch the side of his like bruised, battered face, and we see what looks like almost these like bone spurs, like these spikes that extend out of his wrist slowly this time and pierce the sky on the side of the neck, and then retract into his wrist. And after just a couple moments, this individual who was kind of limp and lifeless all of a sudden starts like thrashing around like violently, still strapped to this chair, and then we see like foaming at the mouth, and then like it just like falls out of his mouth and onto his chest, and it goes on for probably 30 seconds where we just see this lifeless gold snake mask just kind of like somewhat cast down, looking, just watching this happen. And then finally the writhing individual like stops and is still again. The masked individual kind of like puts a boot up on the chair right between this individual's knees and just like tips it over backwards, and then reaches down and grabs one of the ankles of this individual and starts dragging him towards the water.
I think it's as you're getting out to the dock and you're walking and you can hear the footsteps your footsteps creaking on this old wood, when you feel a slight tug on your pant leg. And when you look down, there is this large, fully open hood cobra just wrapping around your leg.
He kind of starts for a second and then kind of puts two and two together. How long have you been around?
And as the snake slithers ahead of him, just a few feet, it brings its body up, and as it brings its body up, her form reappears, and she glances over her shoulder. Long enough.
And Amelia, you cannot be here.
And who are you to tell me I can't be here?
I have business that I am trying to attend to. And if some wayward reporter happened to see you here with me, then what?
It's quite easy to hide that. Mayor's a bit of an idiot.
Cannot believe he's run for re-election again.
Don't get me started.
Well, he says as he kind of like casually just like makes a jerking motion to like throw this guy off the edge of this dock and into the water. And he kind of like wipes his hands.
You do realize I have to go down there and get that, right?
You really don't. They're just gonna bury him in dirt if they find him anyways. Why not water? It's just the same. He'll rot. Worms or fish will have him, and it'll be nothing but bones in a few months. No one will miss him. No one will lament him. No one will write songs about him. He's a no one.
He may be a no one to you, but he is a someone to someone.
Your bleeding heart will one day get you killed, I'm afraid, Animalia.
Oh, I know, my love, but I believe that's one of the reasons why you like me.
There is something about your optimism. It does draw me in, against my better wishes.
Oh, then forgive me. I suppose I shall take my leave then.
Will you see me later?
Is that what His Majesty wants?
One day, Animalia, one day I will tell you who I really am.
And the day you do, I shall do the same.
Well, I really should be going.
You say that, and she moves and steps closer to you. And this mask that you wear, she places a finger right where the lips would be, and then she presses her lips against her own finger. Same place, same time, then.
You always seem to find me.
Oh, you're not very hard to find.
Maybe that will have to change. A new game, perhaps.
I do love games.
Cat and mouse, if you will.
Am I the cat or am I the mouse?
Suppose we shall have to see.
Fine. Until we meet again, my love.
Goodbye, do-gooder.
And you watch as she moves to the edge of the dock, and then she jumps off right where you had dumped that body.
And scene. Okay. So
Toxic love.
That song played in my head the entire time.
Hey.
Entire time. I was like, ooh, Tim Curry too, damn.
I think I'm gonna have to resolve that as a white die situation. I think that's
Agreed.
actually
Mhm.
going
Yeah,
pretty
makes sense.
well for old Cole. And I'm going to give that. I'm going to give that to my scene partner,
Thank you.
Sarah. That is 2 white dice. And with that, we are 1 round
Mhm.
of scenes. We've completed 1 circle of the table. So we're going to take a break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. And when we come back, we will do the second round of scenes for Act 1. And then we'll do the tilt and call it a night.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
Sweet. All right. Sit tight. We will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. We are here with Act 1 of Draped Coffins. What does that mean? It's anybody's guess at this point. We are playing Fiasco. Particularly, we are playing Heroes of Pinnacle City. Heroes should probably have a question mark on it, at least for some of us. But yeah, we're superheroes in a made-up city. And we're here to figure out how things are going to go terribly, terribly wrong. So, to that note, Austin, not you. We started with you for the introductions. We're not starting with you for the scenes.
You really threw me off there. I was like, oh no, does it reverse order? Like, no, then it would start with
Uno
Jeremy.
reverso,
What's
you
going on?
fool!
I'm not ready.
Pseudo reverse.
No, that was just a Jeremy fuck-uppo.
You could probably screen cap Austin's reaction to that exact moment you said his name. Those eyes got wide.
Calling him on the carpet. All right. Sarah, in fact,
God,
we're back
dang
around
it.
to you for your second scene of Act 1. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I want to resolve. I established first. I'm gonna resolve this.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Gang, where do we want to catch up with Animalia? Where do we want to see her?
Kind of want to see the warbirds with the mayor.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, yeah.
Sense.
Great idea.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. I'm for
I
it.
want to see how
Okay.
toxic that is. Seems toxic.
Yeah.
Yeah, something
So
might be on the take.
maybe like mayor's office? Or maybe even better, some kind of like sounds terrible. Throwaway charity event, some kind of like public appearance where they're like shaking hands, kissing babies.
Oh, I like that because like that's something that like at least Animalia, she's not there to, be like revered. She just wants to help people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the big reason why she picked Kestrel was because Kestrel, while she has this haughty, slightly inflated ego, she more wants to help people than be in the spotlight, or at least that's what she thinks.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's like, again, like I think it's almost like this contractually obligated like appearance that like the warbirds have to make as part of like whatever deal it is that they've struck with the mayor. Maybe.
And it's probably that's one of the spotlight moments of this event that's gonna, that's supposed to help bring in the donations, where the mayor is very much like, and now the moment you've all been waiting for, or however he does it. And then
Mhm.
you see the warbirds backstage, maybe, however that plays out. But it's very much that, like you said, it's that contractual, you've got to make this appearance, you're gonna
Right. Yeah, it's like a groundbreaking or a ribbon cutting or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, cool.
break some ribbons.
Yay. So
Y'all seen? Yeah.
let's just say this is, you know what? Let's call it a ribbon cutting for a new children's hospital.
Perfect.
And there's this not so well built stage. And there's a very large curtain, and then in front of that curtain is the ribbon. And behind this curtain, there's Kestrel and Animalia. Animalia, who's usually very bright and bubbly, has this just almost robotic look on her face. Like there's just nothing there. It's almost like she's trying to prepare herself to put on this mask that's not her usual one.
Do you secretly hate children?
What?
Oh, we're here for a children's hospital, and you have this like dour expression on your face. These kids are going to think you're the angel of death. Do not turn into a raven out there.
It's not that I hate children. It's the fact that I don't like being used for events like this.
It helps.
It helps whom exactly?
I think kind of looking over, I imagine we're talking a little quietly, uh, not to be overheard.
Mhm.
Or maybe, yeah, we're behind the curtain, so we haven't been introduced yet. But yeah, keeping the voices down and just, well, obviously it helps him. But even for something like this, it's going to help the hospital. It's going to help the children. It's going to help the people of Pinnacle City. They don't look at us and see that we're mascots. They look at us and see the warbirds.
Yes, but some see us as mascots. You can tell by the looks on their faces. That is not how I want to feel about this suit and this position that I have.
But we know we're not mascots.
Yes, we know that. But until we get away from this, and you can actually see her kind of like flick her gaze to the curtain as the mayor is making some big speech before they get revealed. We're nothing but mascots.
Okay, fine. We're mascots. But what do mascots usually do? They hype the crowd up. They get people excited. They definitely don't wear that expression.
I won't be wearing this expression when I go out there. I promise. This is a good thing. We are opening a new children's hospital. This will help
Exactly.
with research for a lot of different diseases that we haven't been able to fix yet.
There you go. That's what I was trying to tell you. And a bunch of those kids are out there.
I know.
All we got to do is flash our wings, turn into a bear or a dog or whatever you're going to do. Maybe not a bear.
Why not? Bears are cuddly.
Well, maybe not the Kodiak.
Oh, okay, I can see that. Maybe a polar bear. Children
Yeah,
love
a
polar
little more
bears.
Yogi Bear, a little less Cocaine Bear.
Okay. Maybe I won't do a bear at all. Who knows? Maybe I'll take requests. And as she says the word requests, there's that hint of disdain there.
I think at that moment, one of the like the mayor's staff kind
Becky?
of like peeks, yeah, probably Becky again, kind of peeks behind the curtain and gives you guys a little hand gesture. And you hear over the PA, well, I know that none of you are here to hear me blather on about my love of healing children and my desire for this city to become the premier children's hospital, research hospital for the entire country, perhaps the world. But that's not why you're here. You're here to see the one and only, the Warbirds, Kestrel and Animalia. Everybody, give it up for them. Big round of applause. And I imagine like there is just an almost thunderous cheer, from these sick children and rich people. Like the sick children probably don't know that they're kind of props in this as well, but for a good cause.
Several of the kids are wearing like their versions of Kestrel and Animalia's like costumes.
Oh, sad face.
I think Kestrel, because I believe Baron in our scene established that Kestrel does sort of show her face. So I'm picturing almost like a kind of like the sorceress from He-Man, where it's sort of like the bird emblem on top of the head, but the face is fully visible. But the moment the curtain opens, Animalia, you feel the sudden rush of air as Kestrel shoots into the sky, so that for a moment you're standing alone on that stage as the curtains open. And then a shadow passes over the kids as Kestrel comes flying in over top of the crowd, ruffling their hair. And suddenly, with that hawk cry, and does a twist and a flare and lands in a hero pose next to you. And then stands up and just looks at you with a big all teeth smile and a wink.
And Animalia is just watching this, and there's a genuine smile on her face because at least, the partner that has stayed with her is able to turn a glum situation into something better. And she kind of nudges her with her elbow. Show off.
Well, I got their attention. Now you get to keep it.
I don't want to keep it, but okay, thank you. And it's after that nudge, she steps forward, and as she does, her body changes and she turns into this very fluffy fox that very much runs around and is like twirling around each of the children. Listen, don't tempt me. And it's very like almost like an obstacle course. She's going in between these children. And when she finishes the line and she comes back up onto the stage, it's with this twirl as the fox jumps up and her body shifts back. And she takes a bow as she stands next to Kestrel.
And then I think you would see as I take your hand and drag you off the stage to actually get down amongst the crowd as our personas to start taking pictures with kids and rich people.
And it won't be a force type of thing. She will come right with you and we'll do the pictures and the autographs and things like that.
I almost imagine this moment of seeing you, catching your eye, or trying to catch your eye, and seeing you staring with disdain at the mayor, who's also glad handing more of the rich donors.
Very much so.
Is that
our
scene?
I could add insult to injury.
Oh,
Oh, please do.
Yeah.
This is
Please.
Fiasco,
I
after
think
all.
the mayor will kind of catch Animalia's eye and give her a little like and then just a moment later Becky runs up and says, the mayor would like to have a word with you in private.
Perfect. And she ruffles a child's head before she looks at Kestrel, gives her a nod, and then very smoothly and slowly, she very much takes her time because she's not on his time. And she makes her way to him and kind of bows her head. Alistair.
Annie, so good to see you. Fantastic, fantastic. I loved the fox. That was something. The kids loved it. They really did.
I know.
Listen, I wanted to talk sorry to talk shop in such a lovely place as this, but I did have something I wanted to discuss with you. My office has received a couple of tips about a few occurrences that may be happening later this evening. And there's a warehouse over in the dock district that I've heard tell that there might be some sort of movement on, and roughly at the same time, I've been informed that there is some sort of plan over at First National. I don't think it's exactly a your classic money heist. It sounded like it was something to do with some safety deposit boxes. I would like to request, if I may, that you and Kestrel focus on the bank tonight. I think that that is where our city's interest lies at this moment, and I would greatly appreciate if you could just send your focus over there. I've the rumors I've heard, the tips I've received, it seems like there's more potential for danger and injury at the bank than this warehouse incident that I again only rumors, of course. But I did want to ask you just to direct your focus over there tonight. Thank you so much for being here, by the way. It's really making these children's day.
I will send one of us to each. Thank you, though.
I really think the bank deserves your team's full attention.
Is that because
I
that's something that you need from there? Or is it? And you watch as, while two, if they're, you know, hidden, she gestures towards the crowd. Or is it for one of them?
crime in this city is a delicate balance, and combating crime is no less delicate. Sometimes we need to direct our attention to specific things,
To
to
specific donors. For you, correct? Please don't lie to me, Alistair.
oh, lying. I don't do that.
Oh, okay.
I will say this. There are certain arrangements that I've been forced to make managing a city of this size and complexity tenable. And as a part of some of those arrangements, I sometimes just need to nudge government contracted workers in a certain direction. I mean, it is no disrespect to you or your craft. You're obviously one of the best around. There's a reason that the city wants you as the face of heroing in this city. But please just appreciate that I'm in a complicated position. Sometimes things must be ignored that you might rather not ignore. But sometimes you know that certain warehouses contain certain bits of essentially unneeded city property, and that if it were to go missing, it wouldn't hurt anyone, and it would make it easier to contain the impulses of some of the less desirable elements of this city.
I cannot wait till this contract is over. There's so much I can't wait to let out.
Oh,
Lovely,
and
though.
how are you and Kestrel enjoying the new drones? I was hoping I saw it looked like one of them might have been put into use earlier, but I would like to see more of them. The contract that we negotiated to get those drones for you was it was a work of art. It's hard to describe exactly to a layperson. Not to say you're a layperson in your matters, obviously, but anyway, please enjoy the party. Have some champagne. Have a good evening. Try to enjoy yourself. Maybe smile a little.
I don't trust the champagne here. It's either not old enough, or there might be a little something extra in it. But thank you. I shall enjoy myself. For the children, of course.
Children are why we do all of this.
Keep your donors away.
I'll
Farewell,
try, but
Mayor.
they do love a selfie.
And it's as you're saying they do love a selfie, she's walking out and she's got that smile back on as she looks at the kids and she comes back to Kestrel and I'd like to have a word with you when this is over.
Take it your meeting with the mayor didn't go so well.
He has a request.
Of course he does. And I'm sure it's for the greater good of the city.
That's what he called it, yes.
Of course he did. Which of his rich friends are we saving?
Not so sure if it's a rich friend. It's more of a safety deposit box.
Ah.
It's a thing, not a person. Unless the thing inside of the safety deposit box does include information about said person, which
All right. Well, it looks like we've got our evening plans sorted.
oh, we do not. Because he specifically told me about another thing. Again, though, afterwards. I imagine that as this little event ends, Animalia very gently places a hand on Kestrel's upper back. It's very much more like a parent to a child, just kind of like, okay, you and I need to talk. And it's not the tone of you're in trouble, it's the tone of I need your opinion on this because I have a plan, but I want to make sure you're in on it. And as they're walking, she just says rooftop, and her form shifts, and she, in that raven form, flies up to the rooftop.
And I think Kestrel gives the last smile and wave to the crowd and says something like, "Get your cameras ready. You're going to want a picture of this." And she more dramatically flares her wings out, makes a big deal about crouching down, looking up, and then shooting up into the sky to land next to you a moment later on the rooftop helipad.
Perfect. And she looks at you. Straight to business?
You're the boss.
I'm not the boss. We are equals. I was told that there are two events happening tonight. One is that safety deposit boxes are going to be robbed, taken, something. The other says that there's something that's supposed to be happening at the docks. The mayor does not want us to go to the docks. He wants us to ignore this completely.
So which one of us is going to the docks?
Well, do you want to be near the water? Or would you rather be in town?
I'm not as adaptable to the water as you are.
Fine. I can go to the docks. Besides, I think you'll like catching those who are going into the safety deposit boxes. Sounds like they might be smart, but obviously not so smart that they break into a bank.
Well, I do have experience with thwarting bank robberies.
That you do. All right. We meet back. Where would you like to meet up afterwards?
Back at the cottage, I guess.
We can do that.
I imagine the cottage is like with a capital C.
Yes. All right. Prepare well. Don't get yourself hurt or killed.
Same for you.
I
By
will
the way-
try my hardest.
Are we later at the cottage going to talk about how it is the mayor knows that there's something going on at the docks and the bank tonight before they've actually happened?
I would like to look into that, so yes.
Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page.
Exactly. This is why we are equals.
All right. See you at the cottage.
Mm-hmm.
And I will take off, leaving you alone on the helipad. Scream!
I think the last thing that we see is Animalia actually moves to the very edge of the building. This new children's hospital that they just did a ribbon cutting for. And she looks down and she sees children being wheeled into the hospital, and she sees the mayor. And she remembers something that Kestrel said. Don't go out there as a raven. We don't want you to look like an angel of death. And so she waits for all of the children to go inside before she takes the form of a raven once again. And she flies down and perches right on top of whether it's a pole or a power line right above the mayor's head, and releases a very loud caw in his direction.
And I think he is incredibly startled at first, and that look of like surprise or almost fear. As soon as he like fully spots you, that look just immediately shifts, just turns on a dime to a big broad smile and a just kind of a like just that friendly hey, there you are.
And that's when she flies off.
Fantastic.
I think that's the end of the scene.
Yeah, I would think so.
Sense.
Okay.
You're resolving,
and
right, Sarah?
Yes.
yeah, we established. So you're resolving. What you think?
So I mean, the ribbon cutting went well,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think it went well so much for her.
Yeah,
So
it
I'm
feels
gonna
like
say a black
to me.
die.
Definitely
Mhm.
didn't seem like that's where she wanted to be.
Nope.
Nah. So I'm gonna say a black die.
Okay. All right. We are still in scene 1, so you get to divvy that out. Where are you
I'm
sending?
gonna give that to my buddy Austin.
Hey,
Hey,
there you go.
Austin, you get a black die. Okay. Well done. All right. Jacob, would you like to
I'm going to establish.
All right. What
I
are we
would
seeing?
like to explore the need to conquer the world. It's going to be a flashback with Lucky Strike and Kestrel, and it's their encounter with this otherworldly entity. for the first time. And I have a scene in mind that I'm just going to go ahead and start describing, if you are okay with that scene, Baron. And picture a scene very much like the opening of Revenge of the Sith, where it's sort of already mise en scene, but instead of 2 Jedi starfighters, it's Kestrel's small, it's small, maybe not so discreet, but Falcon is what it's called, and it is a small 2-person craft. And I think for a moment, as it banks towards camera, or maybe we open on a logo that says Dyson Industries, and then it banks away, and we see in the cockpit, we see Kestrel at the controls, and then it's one of those where Lucky Strike, you're sitting in the back seat behind Kestrel, and we are in hot pursuit of a the word is escaping me. I'm going to say UFO. They call them UAPs now, I guess, but some type of craft that is not of this world, and we've been chasing it for a while. And I am in the start of the scene. We are chasing it through the skyscrapers of downtown Pinnacle City, which means lots of banking tightly around tall buildings, flying straight towards them and then cutting up. Maybe not quite as clean, but we are following pretty quickly with these very sudden changes that this craft is making. How is Lucky Strike doing in the back of this? The Falcon.
I think this is, still when we're in the good opinions of each other.
Yeah.
So I think I'm in the back. I know you're doing your best up there, but if you can, we just need to hold it straight so I can get a scan on whatever that is.
I'm trying, but it won't hold still.
I see it. I know. I'm just talking.
We need to get it out of the city.
Well, do you have any way of turning a chase into a pursuit?
I have an idea. I haven't tried this yet. And kind of look over at the control panel, and you see I'm picturing a very comic booky array of just like a grid of buttons, and start cycling through until this green display screen, it goes through various things too fast to see, and then suddenly you see the word flock appear, and Jeremy immediately got me. You see the word flock appear, and I flip up a switch, and as the pursuit comes up, and just, I think for a moment, you see this tallest building, that same building that Animalia and Kestrel first met at the top of, and it's just quiet, and then there's just suddenly this as this alien craft shoots up, and then as the Falcon shoots up behind it, and that's when I hit the button, and for a moment the Falcon shimmers, and 6 holograms of the Falcon spread out, creating a V formation. And I hit another button, and the wings on this craft sort of go and pull back, and they do the same on all the holograms. And we shoot forward past the craft now that we're up in the open. And I shout now to Lucky Strike as we move in so close to it that we're almost scraping fuselages. and then zip out ahead and start leading this craft.
From the back, I think like the chair swivels, so I can turn around.
Last Starfighter style.
And I think there's like a moment where Lucky Strike is kind of working at the console, and he kind of like looks back and he's like, I'm just gonna have to do it. And I open the cockpit and I'm gonna jump out and try and land on this thing.
I think as you go, so in the motion that you open the cockpit and just jump out is when I start to turn back and go, do what kind? Damn it.
And I think this is probably like the first instance where it's like I land on this craft, causing it to veer off control and kind of like slam into some windows of a skyscraper, and it's just kind of like raining the glass down upon people.
Which means I suddenly have to divert course, fly down, and move the Falcon to intercept falling glass so it doesn't fall onto people below.
Precisely.
And so I think there's this, it's now turned into this little bit of damage control as you are causing this craft to move much more recklessly. As you're doing whatever, and I think we see you from Kestro's POV looking through the cockpit, so there's a lot of that sort of moving around, trying to almost like the fighter jet POV, trying to keep this craft in view, and then you get that sort of smash, zoom, and follow as we see a little version of you making your way across this thing. And are you trying to, like, do you have a physical scanner? Or are you trying to plant some kind of beacon on it? What are you doing?
I think it's probably like some sort of beacon of some kind. But I'm almost thinking like this craft is like eldritch in design. And so like I'm probably being blitzed by visions of horrific tragedy, quote unquote, in the future.
I think you don't understand it yet, but you're seeing brief flashes and glimpses of a battle with a kaiju and an open portal, and you're seeing brief glimpses of the fight where we separate.
I think in these brief glimpses, we see there's an eerie focus on the portal, and how in the previous scenes it's kind of like this opaque, kind of like purple, oily kind of substance, but in all these flashbacks, it's a window. And there's somebody on the other side of that window, silhouette, but a figure, humanoid in shape.
And there comes this moment as we're focusing on your visions where through the vision you hear Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike. And as you sort of snap out of it,
The eyes undilate.
I'm doing the Top Gun inverted, flying upside down above this thing with the cockpit, the canopy open, and reaching a hand down towards you to pull you back into the Falcon.
I would definitely reach up and grab it, beacon in place.
And just as I grab you and pull you up into the Falcon, and as the cockpit canopy is closing, the craft shoots some kind of a beam ahead of us. And it hits the sky and seems to rip it and tear it. And this portal, and before I can even react at the controls, the Falcon and this mysterious alien craft pass through this portal. and we find ourselves in this other world, and I picture that it's kind of a mix. I'm picturing a like a nebula, like on a galactic cosmic scale, a nebula. But as these very pinpoints, this other craft and us emerge through this tear in the fabric of reality, this nebula seems to resolve itself into this light years across vague shape of a godlike entity with literal galaxies for eyes, a black hole where its mouth should be. It's something that's so incomprehensible that I think we see a close up of both of us. Lucky Strike's eyes completely dilating. I think for a moment, Kestrel turns over her shoulder and sees you and looks back, and then we see her eyes dilate, and reflected in Kestrel's eyes, we see twin visions of this incredible cosmic eldritch entity. And I don't want to explore that any further in this scene.
So yeah, I don't necessarily want to explore the creature, but I do think we should teleport back
Okay, I was
and
thinking,
then reflect on that.
okay,
Like the craft opens a portal, sends us back, and it's like, what was that thing?
I think that there's
Or-
this.
We could end it on the dilated eyes system.
Well, I was kind of thinking, without exploring that, I think as we see this reflection of this entity, there's this maybe in we see those couple flashes back to that, the same thing you were seeing, this sort of the kaiju battle and all that, couple quick flashes, and the next thing we see is back at the cottage, the secret door to the pond, that's the secret entrance. It's probably like a, I don't know if it's holographic or what it is, but it's the secret entrance to the hangar underneath, and that's just closing, and we're sitting there not necessarily sure how we got back here. And we're sitting there, and the Falcon is just sitting there with a little bit of this steam coming off of it, and we hear that sort of, and the metallic ticking sound that is cooling metal, rapidly cooling metal. And we're just sitting there in the cockpit for a moment.
With a shaking hand, probably against Kestrel's wishes. I imagine you don't like it when I spoke in the Falcon here, but he kind of like packs the pack of cigarettes, and one comes up, and he takes it. Did it speak to you?
I turn around in my seat, reach over the back of the seat, and take the cigarette out of your mouth. Yeah. What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
What did it tell you?
That he would be here soon.
Is that all that it told you?
It told me to pave the way.
Take another drag off that cigarette and hand it back to you. Well, shit. That's what it told me too.
I think Lucky Strike just kind of sits there in the glow of this cigarette as like the pond closes above us and it kind of like cuts off the light before the artificial light comes on. That's all I got for the scene if you don't have anything else.
I think there's this moment before, I think rather than the artificial light coming on, I think the natural light closes off. And for a moment, all we see is that dim light of the cherry of the cigarette. And then it glows bright enough as you take another drag off the cigarette. And we just see your face illuminated by this cigarette. And you hear Kestrel's voice say, "We can't breathe a word of this to anyone."
I think since it's still kind of like on Lucky Strike smoking the cigarette, you just see like the edges of his mouth curl up into a smile. And he doesn't respond.
And that's the scene.
Fantastic. Wow. Okay. So Jake established.
Two people saw the same thing, and we don't fully understand yet. They interpreted it very differently.
Uh-huh. Okay. What do we think, y'all?
Black die. I feel
Black
like
die.
I think so
I didn't want to
too.
be the first one to say it.
Black
I feel like
die.
I've been
Yeah.
jumping in with the.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
shit's fucked.
Okay, Jacob.
Jakob.
Where do you want to send that black die?
I'm going to send it where I think it belongs to make a
Well,
matching
then.
set for Baron.
Hey.
All right. Baron got his 2 black dice.
And none for Jamie Wieners.
None for me.
None for Germans.
Okay. Baron, it's up to you. You want to establish? You want to resolve?
I'll let you guys choose my second one.
Okay.
Not resolve.
You're going to resolve. All right. Let's see. What do we want to see for the Herald? It could be a scene with him getting his bomb. Or feels a little early to get to the bomb is deployed, ready to blow scene. We've seen a scene with him and Dyson. Got a scene with him and Carlene now.
I almost wonder, like, we've seen the best friends with masks off, but the mortal enemies with masks on might be
yes.
interesting
Great
to see.
call.
Yeah.
'Cause I feel like that's a relationship that hasn't been tapped yet. I'm just not
I was
sure
gonna say,
what,
because
what we would do.
the only thing I was gonna say was
I mean, I
with
got
him
thugs
being
now.
a part of the Warbirds.
Hmm.
he has yet to talk to Animalia.
True.
And my brain went to like a flashback of like her coming back and he's not there. And so she seeks him out. But
Ooh.
I'm willing to do that for a later scene because I do want to see the masks on.
Yeah, I like both of those. I originally also thought a scene between Baron and Sarah, and I like Sarah's pitch. But I do like the idea at this point in the story of seeing the mortal enemy side of Jason and Baron's characters' relationship.
Yes.
Okay. So what makes them mortal enemies? There has to be like a catalyst, right? Like a defining thing that happens.
Right.
So the Mechanist
So-
is
Question.
yeah.
Was the Mechanist always, I guess, where does the Mechanist lie on the terms of good and evil? Are you a
That's my
bad guy
question.
and I faced off with you when I was a hero?
Well, because we were partners at one point when you were still Lucky Strike, so I think he would have to at least have started. I think maybe more like a middle ground, but I don't think he'd be a villain necessarily because Lucky Strike and him worked together before you became the Herald. So at least I think that was
I
one of the
mean, I
relationships that were
guess in
established.
truth from that, I never intended to canonize that unless that's something you wanted.
No, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Let's see.
What did I do to utterly compromise our relationship's integrity?
Well, right, because I mean, again, loose idea that we had established during the setup, which again is easily to adjust, is like basically you air quotes died essentially, and then I guess my character moved on or something to that effect, and that kind of severed the relationship. Maybe we, maybe we don't do like the bomb being deployed. Maybe we do like you're going to receive the bomb soon, right? And maybe the Mechanist confronts you, like instead of going to the inciting incident. I just don't know what that would look like, especially now that we've kind of not
I
that it's a
mean, I
bad thing.
think
But
I
nothing
think I've
is
got
set in
the
stone.
idea where it's
Mhm.
like I'm in my den of evil with the
Mhm.
hired Cobra goons. So
Mhm.
we see a lot of like boots on like metal walkways and catwalks around like this factory
Mhm.
that I have somehow acquired. And it's like this isn't really challenging for the Mechanist to get past, but it is the theatrics we have to go to get you into the office where I'm sitting.
Right. That could work.
But
Yeah.
What if it has something to do with the Herald stealing like the particle accelerator or some kind of technology from Dyson Industries?
whatever Will's like passion project was,
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
and
That
But
works for
whatever
me.
will strengthen his communication abilities with this entity or what have you. Or at least that's what his hope is.
so I'm robbing you. That's
Yeah.
what I think.
That
Yeah.
makes sense. So, do you want to say like you've successfully completed the robbery, or like it's still in progress? Could be kind of cool.
I think
Like a chase.
I want to say it's probably like the Ozymandias scenario where it's like you
Mhm.
confront me and it's like, why would I have given you a chance to stop me? Like I handed that chip off to my goon 30 minutes ago. He's on his way back to my hideout right now.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like I said, things have started that cannot be undone.
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, maybe we see sort of like the Cobra goons, as you called them, sort of like strewn everywhere. I think there's like very precise shots. I feel like they are probably dead, to be totally honest. Like there's just these very like precise shots to like, essential areas. They're just sort of strewn everywhere. And this is the first time that we've seen Dyson in his getup. I imagine again it's like a full face, like metal covering, black with like a little viewing slit across the way, or across from one side to the other side. Sort of like I just because I think it'd be kind of cool, kind of like this hooded, almost like cloak kind of shape. But everything else is it all seems metal. You know what I mean? Like even the joints are like articulated. It looks like it could be like a super suit, air quotes, but I think the color scheme is like a lot of black and red. So it probably looks very ominous for someone that's, again, sort of straddling the line between one moral extreme and the other. um, as you hear kind of the heavy footfalls and then the door opens and I think you see very similar to like Dr. Octopus, these four like sort of like serpentine mechanized limbs sort of stretching out from this figure, with like various weapons sort of attached to them, as there's this like heavily distorted voice that comes out from behind the mask when it sees you sitting there. Harold, how many times must we dance this dance? Where is the particle accelerator you stole?
I don't have it. And we will dance this dance until we're tired of it. Doesn't seem to be like you're tired. He stands up. Shall we?
Yeah, I don't think he answers. I think one of the little sort of like mechadendrites, like one of the sort of the tips of it opens, and there's just like this blast of like green laser fire that just roars towards you, at an incredibly fast speed. Harold, sort of singeing the air. There's like this horrible smell of like burnt ozone almost.
I think like the fortunes favor, if you will, kind of
Mhm.
intercedes, and like there's no real explanation for it, but like explosion from goon falling into vat that caused vat to tip over and leak contents onto electrical panel, and explosion, and like this attack that you said, like I basically reverse Final Destination myself. You know what I mean? Like I don't even get to choose to die. Things will keep
Mhm.
me alive. And so this attack goes to hit me, and it's just kind of like stopped by a piece of large shrapnel metal that was 2 feet from killing me, but instead it saved my life. And I
Yeah.
think I'm just walking casually towards you.
Yeah, and I think after seeing that fail, and like I imagine this isn't the first time that we've clashed with each other, so I think he knows that future or further attempts, as far as this goes, are essentially futile. But that doesn't mean he can't defend himself. So I actually think he'll walk to meet you, and as he does, you hear kind of the crackle of whatever sort of voice modulator he's using as he says, "I know about your bomb. What is it you're planning? A particle accelerator? A bomb from King Cobra?
I
Doesn't
think
seem quite as chaotic as your usual style is."
I think we get into like an intense bout of hand-to-hand combat.
Hmm.
Well, you know so much. Why don't you tell me? What am I doing? What is my plan?
I think, and I imagine, like he's again, it's weird how, although it is very metallic and heavy, like the movements are very fluid. You know what I mean? This is clearly high-end technology from somewhere, though obviously there's no branding. He's not a brand. Um, but as he like blocks and parries and kind of uses these almost again like metallic tentacles to just sort of like batter you back, he'll say, "I think you want to watch everything burn. What I don't understand is why. You don't strike me as crazy. You are able to put together seemingly plans of some kind. So what happened?"
Nothing happened. I
That's
seem.
a lie.
Tell me, Mechanist. Why don't you succumb to your true nature and become the villain you want to be?
I refuse to see the binary, mechanical though I may be. And I think like all four of the tentacles kind of like lash towards you. It's not black and white. Only fools see things in absolutes.
You reach to grab him, and like the tile broken kind of slips on top of the other tile, and I slide back. The four legs like pincer right where I was. I kind of recoil. It seems like you're fighting the inevitable. Why?
What is the inevitable? Destruction of everything? Who are you to decide when the inevitable comes?
You're fighting your purpose. You have this idea of what you want to be, and it's defying what you need to be.
What do I need to be?
Free of all of this. You bind yourself. With what? What do you care about?
People.
You're lying.
How so?
People. That's your answer. It's a lie.
Truth.
Look at what you wear. If you were in love with the people, you would use this technology to improve their lives. Why haven't you done that?
How do you know that I haven't? You don't know what's behind the mask, just like I don't know what's behind yours.
Because I can look around me and I see people suffer.
There
You
is
love
always
them,
more to do.
and yet you fight me here.
There is something noble in the endeavor. It's better than just giving up and doing nothing. When a craftsman makes something that is faulty, they don't just scrap the entire thing. They save what can be saved. And I think, like, if there's an office table, like, the tentacles take the table and just, like, flip it and try to throw it at you, essentially, as, like, a projectile.
I'm sure there's some sort of event that takes place that allows me to either avoid or take minimal damage. And I think this is kind of like the back and forth. It's like we end up speaking more than doing damage to each other. Because like I
Right.
can't even get close to you with your
Mhm.
abilities, and like you just can't touch me. But I wasn't the architect that built it originally, and now it is only in my way.
Yeah,
You know what
I'm
the
at.
problem with Portland is? It's an island. They can't build out anymore. They can only build up. But there's a flaw with that, because eventually they will reach the limit of how far they can build up. And at some point, you have to tear a building down to build something new.
We're not talking about buildings, are we? We're talking about
Right.
people, innocent lives, people that have done nothing wrong.
It's an analogy mechanism, and everyone has done something wrong. No one is innocent.
I understand, but analogies can be used to obfuscate the truth, to justify your horrible decisions. I am perhaps more machine than man. I'm able to cleave through the nonsense and see to the truth. Something happened to you. You think the world is awful and horrible and deserves to be cleansed with nuclear fire. I disagree.
You,
Vehemently.
you paint me with too much emotion.
Mm.
Now tell me, Mr. Mechanist, statistically, what is the biggest threat to humankind on this planet? And the answer is simple. It's
Itself.
humankind. I like to think that if you solved the problem, the ramifications of that problem would start to clear up as well. Now you and the rest of you so-called heroes can spend all your time saving as many people as you can, and it's a full-time job. But at the end of the day, unless something changes, you will stay doing the same thing. Is that what you would like to do for the rest of your life? Pretend to be a hero. Pretend to save people while they will just fall into danger once again because nothing has changed.
If your only alternative is utter destruction, then that is a burden I will gladly bear. And I think there's at least one, maybe two other people that feel the same way. It is what it means to be a hero. It's not just throwing up your hands and saying, it's all broken, it's all terrible, destroy it. That's not your choice to make.
Why not?
Because you're not God.
But I know him. But
I think
I've
that actually
seen
sets
him.
him back for a moment. Yeah. What are you talking about? You saw
Things that you
God.
can begin to understand. Not with your eyes so glued to the ground. Sometimes you have to look up.
That's true. But your feet stay on the ground. And if you're looking up, you You don't see what's right in front of you. And I think he'll activate some kind of mechanism in his suit, and there's this like discharge of like oily, greasy smoke that billows out in front of him, and then he says, I think I'm going to go and visit a snake. And then you hear the sound of retreating footsteps.
Tell him he owes me my package.
No response. That's the scene.
Scene?
Yeah, unless you got anything else, Baron.
Yeah. No, that's it.
Brava, y'all.
Mhm.
Well done.
God damn.
As Baron, as you said, because you're staring at the ground, sometimes you have to look up. From the new Superman movie, the track "Look Up" started playing on my playlist.
Funny how that works.
I told
I
you.
love
I
that.
know him.
I know him. I seen him.
That was
Fantastic.
wild.
Okay.
That was
So
you resolved,
we
right, Baron?
established. Yeah. So Baron, you're
yeah.
resolving.
It is. Damn it, I was gonna say, like, he convinced me that we should burn it all down, so that feels pretty white to me.
I'm not so convinced.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that.
But I
No, I'm
wasn't there.
sold. I'm sold.
Sounds like you're just weak-willed, Austin. I'm just kidding.
Well, I would like to think that I won that conversation because you agreed with me at the end, whether it was minuscule or not. That's my opinion.
Fair.
Okay.
Hey, you're the one resolving. It's your choice,
Yeah.
baby.
Why
I mean, if
die?
it makes you feel any better, my white dice is yours, Jason.
Ah, great. Thanks.
One for Jason. All right. Balance the scales over there. Jason, you're up next.
Yeah, I think I'm going to establish, and I think the Mechanist is going to go find King Cobra. He's got audio and visual evidence of this individual, so I think, I guess I'll throw it to you, Jeremy. Where is he most commonly found? You know, I imagine it's not at the docks, though maybe it is at the docks. Maybe there's a warehouse somewhere. Where's the Cobra's lair?
So I think he has like an office building / apartment, like in the heart of downtown Pinnacle City, like penthouse, style apartment. Probably not his primary residence, but he spends a lot of time there. So maybe even like nighttime penthouse, balcony, rooftop, he's, I don't know, sitting out with, a tumbler of something and a cigarette, kind of like looking out over the night city.
Yeah, I think as you're sort of enjoying your drink, looking out over the lights of Pinnacle City, I think you start to hear like this whirring sound coming from one side. And I think you look and you see one of the drones, one of the mayor's drones, is just sort of like hovering there, like maybe just a few feet off the balcony, just in midair. It's got this like single, imagine just because why not, this single like red sort of lens, almost like an eye that is just watching you. And then I think you actually hear a voice come out of it, and I don't know how familiar King Cobra would be with the Mechanist. He's definitely not as well known as the Warbirds, but I think you hear this, again, heavily distorted voice coming from the drone as it says, "Hello, King Cobra. Lovely night for a drink."
He kind of like exhales, somewhat kind of like turning his face kind of a little away from this prying eye. I don't think he's wearing his mask currently. He does have the hood, but not the mask. So he kind of turns a little away and just exhales. Never a moment's privacy.
Not for you. Not for any of us.
No rest for the wicked? Is that it?
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Hmm.
You're a clever snake. But you should really be careful when it comes to inspecting the money you're paid with. People can hide all sorts of things in a sizable enough wad of bills. And I am always watching. I think you hear another whirring coming from your right. You see another drone. And I think you start to realize like this individual has definitely sunk his tentacles into a lot of the surveillance equipment in Pinnacle City.
You're using state property to spy on me?
No, I used a personal device to look in on you and the Herald when you talked about the bomb.
I'm not certain I know what you're talking about.
I have audio and visual, and I am somewhat inclined to release it. You were wearing a mask, yes, but you can do wonders with technology. Voice recognition, profiles, incredible.
Blackmail, then?
I like to think of it as a bargaining chip. You like to make deals. I think there is a deal to be made here.
Ah. So you have already laid out what is at stake if I do not agree to this deal. So tell me, what is it exactly that you hope to gain?
You seem like someone who is very careful about who you choose to do business with. I am as well. What is the Herald's secret identity? Who is behind the mask?
I'm not entirely certain, but I have reason to suspect that the Herald may not be his first hero name.
Who was he before? Do you think?
Well, before I divulge all of my cards, what do I get out of helping you?
Well, I find it hard to believe that someone as well established as yourself would want to just start over from square one. Maybe, based on what the Herald said, something about something newer and better will take the place of Pinnacle City. But do you really want to have to relearn all the rules, or in your case, remake all the rules? That sounds like a lot of effort. And what? Claw your way back to where you are right now? Seems a little wasteful. You don't strike me as a wasteful man.
So you offer to deal with this, Herald?
And, if you're interested, the mayor as well. You could lead. You could rule. From the shadows, or openly, I understand the needs of wearing a mask. It's a shield. It's like armor. It protects you. Mostly.
Openly murdering a public figure is tricky business. He would have to be discredited first. Smeared.
Things break down all the time. Accidents happen. And I think there's a third drone now that kind of like lowers down from over top of the balcony. So you're just surrounded by this whirring of these machines. Accidents happen. Even to mayors.
So you deliver the mayor. And you deal with the Herald. Stop him from reducing the city to rubble. And in exchange, all I have to do is give you the information that I have gathered on the Herald.
Assist me with ensuring this bomb does not go off. I know you've already exchanged far too much with that masked madman, but you won't just get to sit on your laurels. I will need some help. I'm not a god.
Well, I was ready to pledge an army to his cause for the right price. Perhaps I could interest you in a bigger army. especially with the mayor out of the way. You see, these civil servant robots that he has planned, this grand scheme that he has cooked up,
Mm-hmm.
he believes that he holds the switch, the control, the power. He believes that fool Dr. Diaz has given him safety nets that he could fall back on. Do you remember that little tussle a few weeks back with the Thunder Boys?
I do. They had stolen some Dyson Industries technology, from what I recall.
Where do you think that technology wound up?
Hmm. Interesting. With the mayor or with the herald?
With me.
With you. Coils within coils. Appropriate for a snake.
We all like a brand, don't we?
Some do. I don't.
Funny. He kind of like looks at these machines that are surrounding him. So, what I know of the Herald is he was once known as Lucky Strike. He was a part of the much lauded, much celebrated Warbirds for something soured. Which means he has information on both Kestrel and Anomalia. A part of this deal is whatever information that he has on Anomalia goes away. It's wiped clean. Kestrel, you can do with her as you wish.
There's no response, and then I imagine maybe just because why not? There's like these really nice like sliding doors to get out onto this patio, and
Definitely.
you hear the door open behind you, and you hear kind of the heavy thudding as the actual mechanist in his full costume appears, with again these four sort of metallic tentacles, almost like serpentining around him, like something out of a horrible nightmare. Why do you care about her? Out of the kindness of your heart.
I think he snuffs out the cigarette and then reaches to this side table where the gold snake mask is, picks it up, and just kind of like quickly affixes it before rising. And he says, I don't believe that that information is part of our exchange.
Seems that I am doing a great deal of work while you just hand over some information. The Herald, the mayor, keeping this information secret for you, and you're just telling me what you know and removing your army. I think I'll need something else as well. Have you had dealings with the mayor? I assume so, but the formality seems appropriate to ask.
I don't think that I need to remind you that you came to me.
It's true.
So clearly, you need my help.
You know where his holiest of holies is, the place that he tries to hide even from you, the secrets that he doesn't want the good Pinnacleites of this city to learn about.
I'll
You
get
must
you the
have some
address.
ideas. Perfect.
He moves inside to retrieve his address book. He will clearly, gladly give him the information about what he knows of the whereabouts of Mr. Mayor.
I think sort of as you're like flipping through, you hear another clanking sound coming from like the entryway of the apartment, and you see a second mechanist approaching as well, and you realize that this individual might be building some kind of robotic duplicates of himself as these two figures kind of loom over you as you're retrieving your address books and the drones just kind of scatter away. And I imagine that's probably the scene unless you want to add anything, Jeremy.
No, I'm
Okay.
good with that.
Cool. So I established, so y'all get to resolve.
Wow. I think that went pretty well for
Yeah,
the
I think
Megadeth.
so too.
I mean,
I think
I
that went
think
really
so
well.
too.
Black die for Harold.
that is a yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
I mean, he definitely has a laundry list of shit that he agreed to, but
Mm-hmm.
it seems like he has most of it in hand already. So
Yeah, for now. I'm going to give my
Wow.
white die to the man, the myth, the mayor, Austin.
all right. Speaking of His Excellency, Austin, you want to establish? Or do you want to resolve?
Man, I've been spinning my wheels trying to figure out if I want to establish something because I have like things I want to get out, but I can't figure out how to make a compelling setup for a scene that will get the things established that I want to. So I'm gonna let you guys establish, and I will see what I can do with it.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right, minions. Where do we want to see the mayor?
Whoa, minions. We're at least henchmen. Come on. I mean, it might be interesting to see something between King Cobra and the mayor because we haven't seen that relationship, have we? I don't think we have.
No, we have not.
So maybe we could even do how that was initiated potentially, or it could even be something in the wake of recent events. Maybe I don't know if King Cobra would bring that to the mayor. I don't know kind of what their relationship would be. What's like the objective? What is it? Pinnacle City mayor?
I want to see
Oh,
the
okay.
mayor interact with King Cobra, but he's also seeking King Cobra out for a deal.
Yeah, King Cobra is definitely making deals with just about everybody.
Deals, man.
And he's
Yeah.
he's making the deals with the same different people, but with the same assets.
Just shuffling them around. Yeah,
Yep.
I think that could work. Either that or the establishing of that relationship, but either could work, I think. Whatever you guys think would be most interesting.
Yeah, I'm down. Anybody have an idea of where we might be?
Mm.
Who's
What have we
going
not
to see
seen yet?
who?
Yeah. Is this the mayor coming to see King Cobra, or is this something else?
I would like to see the mayor coming to King Cobra somewhere that is outside. He is out of his comfort zone.
Like a
Cobra
dive
is or the
bar
mayor?
at docks?
The mayor.
Yeah, that
The
makes
mayor
sense.
is.
King
Okay.
Cobra would never take this meeting on uneven ground.
Right.
Okay.
He wants the
So-
mayor.
Somebody
on
had
his back
suggested
foot.
a bar in the
Mhm.
chat, or
Yeah.
like a nightclub. So that could be like a, not seedy, but definitely not the kind of place that like a politician would be caught dead.
Oh my God, a
know.
nightclub.
Yeah,
A
lots
nightclub.
of sex,
Yeah.
lots of drugs, lots of
Exactly.
dark
It's like
corners.
Baron said, call it Venom. I like that actually.
Venom, yeah.
I think Austin's was better. The Snake Pit.
Snake Pit. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I like the snake pit.
Snake Pit. The VIP room is called the Venom Room.
Nice. I like that.
There you go.
Sick.
They serve an
Sick.
expensive drink that we're not really sure what it is called Venom.
There you go.
Fuck yeah.
Now we're
It's
dancing
just
dangerously
repackaged
close.
snake. It's just repackaged snake juice from Parks and Rec.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, like, loud thumping music, lots of like lasers and neon lights everywhere.
It's like an established scene that's following the mayor as he has to move through the snake pit.
It's just that scene from Blade.
Yep.
I think at least one either dancing girl or waitress or somebody just kind of, as you sidle by, just, hey, Mr. Mayor.
I think he's in full like incognito mode. Like he's got
Right?
the cleanest black sweatshirt, hoodie sweatshirt, and like one of those no logo blue hats that's just like pulled down real low. And he's like, it's a nightclub, but he's wearing like big old aviators. Like he kind of looks like the
Beautiful.
Unabomber, like but no beard.
I imagine that like all of like the ladies and like the wait staff here have snake bite piercings.
Oh
Yeah.
God, yes.
Absolutely.
It's the details, really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Branding.
Yeah, and as
it's
that
important.
waitress kind of clocks him, he just like sort of get that all the time. I one of those faces.
I voted for you.
There's definitely
Thank
got to
you.
be like a, you get to like the entrance to the Venom room, and you're like patted down. Definitely, again, like the expertly tailored suits with like the green silk ties and the green like pocket handkerchiefs. They kind of like pat you down, make sure that you're not carrying any kind of like weapons or anything dangerous. And then they let you in, and it's like the doors close, and it's like in a completely different environment. It's almost like quiet, like you can still hear the music outside of the room, but it's very, very, very muffled. But it's still, the walls are painted black. All the furniture is like black furniture or like black leather furniture. And King Cobra is seated on the couch at the far end of the room with like, his legs crossed and the gold mask still on, kind of arms over both sides of the couch on either side of him. Well, Your Excellency. Didn't realize that you even knew where this place was.
Hold the snark. He sits down, not waiting for an invitation, trying
Please.
to like regain some amount of the power in this situation.
Be my guest.
Can you take
Can
that
I get you something to
ridiculous thing
drink?
off? No, I'm fine, thank you. Well, okay, whiskey.
Whiskey. He kind of like, holds up two fingers, and someone moves off to go get this glass, this drink. Now, I very much doubt that you've dropped in for a social visit.
What, you don't like seeing me socially?
No.
Gotta say, this relationship is starting to feel a little one-sided.
How exactly was it that you managed to get your robot army made again? Oh, that's right. I gave you the deal of a century.
And I appreciate that, and you were rewarded generously. Listen, I wanted to give you a warning. I tried to call the birds off of the warehouse, but I got the impression that they weren't going to listen to me. I don't want to know why you need those pieces. I don't want to know anything about it, but I do want you to know that it might not be the cakewalk it was supposed to be.
Are both of the warbirds supposed to be there, or was it just one of them?
I tried to direct both of them to the bank to get them to focus on that, but I got the impression from Animalia that she was not interested in following directions. We'll have to do something about that. She needs some level of correction.
Leave Animalia to me.
Fine, fine. And I don't know what to do about this Diaz situation. He's getting antsy.
The scientist.
Our partnership's not as strong as it used to be. Let's put it that way. I need some contacts if you have them. I'm I'm looking into rare illnesses. It's a long story, but if you have any doctors on your payroll, I know you hired the best, so I would enjoy a consult. I'm sure you'll find out all the details. HIPAA be damned.
Does this have anything to do with his daughter?
How astute. His eyes as sharp as your fangs.
Well, it's not exactly difficult to puzzle. You
Yes.
are not exactly a criminal mastermind.
I'm not trying to be. I leave that to you because you leave my city a little more unmolested than, say, the oh fuck, I'm totally blanking on a good crime family name. On the Gorginis.
Perfect.
They're animals, they're ruthless, and they don't have the respect for doing proper business that you do. Now, if you continue to have the respect for proper business, then we can continue to have a fruitful relationship where occasionally things that should be stopped by the premier heroes in the city are overlooked. Certain calls get rerouted. This has been beneficial to both of us, and I would like to remind you of that.
It's bad form to come into someone's house and threaten them, Mayor.
Well, then it's a good thing I'm not threatening you. I'm trying to remind you that a good relationship with the City Hall is better than a bad relationship with City Hall. And a good relationship with the head of, let's say, illicit enterprises is more beneficial than a bad relationship.
If you
I
need
don't want
this,
to be.
if you need this scientist to sit up and beg, why not squeeze him where it hurts? If you have the daughter, dangle her on a carrot in front of him. He's a scientist. He's weak. Bend him to your will, like you do everyone else in this city.
Listen, I don't know what impression you have of me. I have done things that I am not proud of. I have had to do things I am not proud of. I can't say I'm particularly proud of the relationship that you and I have cultivated, but it has been for the betterment of this city.
You're every bit the snake that I
Everything.
am. Don't kid yourself. You hide behind your laws. The only difference between you and I is that you have limitations. If you want to be powerful, instead of playing pretend, stop hiding behind your limitations. You want something done, you know how to do it. He's a weak man. Step on his neck. Get what you want from him.
I should have known you wouldn't understand any of this. I'm not a bad man. I'm not some monster. I I care about this city. Everything I have done has been for the city and the people within it.
So long as you're on top of the heap, right?
Someone has to be.
Hmm.
Someone has to be on top to keep things orderly, to keep people safe. And I do a damn better job than any mayor we've had in the last 50 years.
Whatever it is that you need to tell yourself so that you can sleep at night.
You
Mayor.
think I sleep at night? Very well. That's fine. I have other resources at my disposal. I will make use of them as I may.
What information exactly is it that you're looking for? A doctor recommendation? That seems a little extreme for a house call, wouldn't you think?
Well, not when discretion and expertise are required.
Well, discretion is what I deal in.
I don't think anything will be I don't think anything will be curing the girl, but I know that we've been able, with the resources I've been able to muster, to slow the spread and sort of pause the girl. But
I don't get a
she's
shit about this
deteriorating.
child.
She's still. I know.
What is she to you? If you can't cure her, and you don't want her to die, but you will not give her back to her father, what is she to you?
She's the only ace I have in a handful of threes.
Oh,
That's a bad analogy. A handful of threes would be four of a kind. That would actually be a rather good hand, and the ace would become worthless in that situation. That's not what I meant, but you understand.
as poorly as it was given as an antidote, yes, I think I understand what you mean. So, you want to string this girl along for some reason. Keep her alive, but not well enough to actually heal her.
If healing her was on the table, I would be happy with it. She may need to remain in my care for some time after her recovery, but this is not out of some sense of barbarism. I'm not trying to torture the girl. I want her healthy as I can make her, which at the current time is not as healthy as I would like. I have needs of her. Not like that. Don't I know what face you're making under that mask.
I told you. I don't give a shit what the girl means to you. I don't care what her future holds.
I don't know why I came here. This was a
I
mistake.
will give you the best information I can. The doctors that I have on my payroll are not exactly the best doctors. They're in it for the money. Should be a familiar breed. But I'll give you the information. There is one other possibility. Have you heard of an individual known as the Herald?
I've heard the stories. There are things floating around. They do make their way up to me. A psychotic, a madman with grand
prophet.
delusions.
Some say.
Oh, I'm sure some do.
There's rumors floating around certain circles that I normally would discount. But pervasive rumors have a way of holding a kernel of truth. They say that he has some form of alien technology. Could
Do you mean
be
alien like foreign or alien like
like
out of our world?
from another dimension, from another place. Again, I know it sounds crazy, but then again, people can fly, shoot lasers out of their
crazy
eyes.
times.
It's
This
possible.
dimensional fuckery always ends in disaster.
It's possible. He may have more information about how to help suspend the girl's illness, slow it, maybe even reverse it. Maybe you should talk to him. And while you're at it, maybe it's another neck you can step on.
Well, I thank you for your information. I hope there are no more necks that need stepping.
There will always be necks that need to be stepped on, Mayor. Again, that's what you just don't understand. When you finally do understand, it's not too late. Maybe you will truly be a great leader. Don't forget your whiskey.
Yeah, he'll grab it, like takes just a single sip, sets it back down. Not to my liking. It's better with better company. And he'll get up and leave the venom room.
Scene.
Good night,
I think,
Mr. Mayor.
That feels like a black die.
Yeah, it do.
Yes,
Yeah, it
Yeah.
do. That was rough.
that
Yep.
was rough.
Jeremy, you need your first die?
I would love a die.
Well, you're getting a black one.
Hey.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay. Good scene, Austin. That was fun.
Really good scene.
Love
Mhm.
you. Sorry for beating up on you.
Dylan Jeremy is
No, it's
awesome
great.
and scary.
And it gave
Yes.
it gave me a great opportunity to like I've been the whole time I've been really like I kind of said this in the chat, but I've been really wondering like how much of him is genuinely a piece of shit and how much
Mhm.
of him
Mm.
thinks he's doing the right thing. And it like
Mhm.
that kind of solidified it a little bit more
Mhm.
in the like
Mhm.
whether or not he's an asshole, which he is, he's also like he thinks he's doing something good.
Right.
Right.
Well, and it's such a good counter to my character, who
Mhm.
absolutely has no delusion about like doing the right thing. Like
Yeah.
it's a good counterpoint. Yeah. Okay. Well done. So I was planning on establishing and having a scene with the mayor. So
Mhm.
that throws my plan out the window. So I'm going to be a coward and I'm going to resolve again.
Mm.
That means
So
establish.
we haven't
real.
seen King Cobra interact with Kestrel yet.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of how that would come about.
Could
Honestly,
be-
I'm kind of curious about King Cobra and both of the warbirds and what
Mhm.
that dynamic is like because like it's like it's in the masks that they've so like Animalia knows that King Cobra's her boo, but Kestrel's her bud, her gal pal.
Yeah,
So
that would certainly be interesting. Maybe they're stopping him in the process of
schemes.
something.
Mm.
Maybe it's at the warehouse.
Ooh, yeah.
yeah,
The
if
thing
he
that
went
we've been talking
personally to the
about?
warehouse, that would be fun.
I'm
Well, I mean-
also,
Go ahead, Brent.
I was gonna say, I'm also kind of intrigued about the rescue from Fairweather.
Yeah, we haven't touched on that at all yet. True.
Like, if y'all weren't able to escape by yourselves in your own devices, someone would have had to come and get you. I imagine that was Kestrel.
Yeah, that would make good sense. Perfect. Okay. Does that work for y'all?
Yeah, so like this like I'm kind of thinking like imagining like basically the awkward car ride back to Earth
Yeah.
right after the rescue where like somehow Animalia has convinced Kestrel to that like they gotta save King Cobra too.
But it's only a 2-seater jet.
Okay, so maybe even like King Cobra is like bound
Tied up in the back.
Yeah, exactly. Like some kind of like manacles or rope or something. And the two of you are like sitting there. Okay. Where are we traveling? Where are we currently at? Is it like from one place on Earth to the other? So we're just like flying through the sky in the Falcon, or
Well, it's like it was another sort of dimensional rift to get there, but
oh
it's the
yes,
dimensional rift is like slightly out in space.
okay,
I like that. Awkward space
oh
ride.
yeah,
Yeah,
Awkward
so it's a
space ride.
combination of like having to going through the rift and
okay,
back to
interesting. All right. So once we return to Earth, what's the plan?
Tell me again why he's tied up but not gagged.
I forgot to gag him. Give me a moment. And she goes back there and she has this piece of cloth, and she, with just like a fingernail, just like barely lifts up his mask to shove this balled up piece of cloth into his mouth.
Are you sure you want to?
Shh. And then she comes back and she
It's just like
plops
this.
down into her seat, just like, oh.
It's just like that scene in Friends. He shoves the tie in Chandler's mouth and he just goes, spits it out.
Yes.
So, actually, we've got a long flight before we get back to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know what happened.
What do you mean? What? Oh. We both got sent here, and I hate to say it, but we had to work together in order to survive. Am I proud of it? No, it is not my proudest moment.
I'm going to regret this, but I want to. I actually want to hear his side of things too. Not
Would you
that I
like-
don't believe you, but I mean, how often are we going to have a literal captive audience with King Cobra?
That's true.
And we're in space, traveling between dimensional rifts. We are well outside of Pinnacle City jurisdiction.
We are.
So, and kind of, I'm just mad. I don't know why the Falcon has a rear view mirror, but it suddenly does. As I'm looking in the rear view mirror towards the way back, where you're tied up. So, what's your side of the story?
He kind of like gestures to the wad of like cloth that's put in his mouth. He kind of like shrugs.
I know it's, I know you are not thwarted by that gag.
He makes himself look real small and pitiful. Like there's nothing he can do. He's at your mercy.
Animalia just rolls her eyes. She's like, "Gods be damned." She makes her way back over she doesn't even like use a finger. She just reaches her hand up underneath his mask. And while that movement is rough, the movement of pulling the rag out of his mouth isn't as rough. And when she pulls her hand out from under his mask, she just drops it on the floor.
When
And
she
she
pulls
goes
her
back to
hand
her
back,
seat.
he makes like a play bite, like at her finger.
And I can't see any of this. So, what's your story, Snake Boy?
My story, Snake Boy. Well, what do you know about Fairweather?
Let's assume I don't know very much.
I've already been down that road. Fairweather is a top secret experiment. Above even, if you'll believe it, the mayor's head. It has to do with, well, he kind of looks around, otherworldly technology, and how it may be implemented into our world, our species, if you will. Groundbreaking technology. The person who can capitalize on it would be, well, rich beyond imagination.
So,
naturally, I had to
off-world
come
business
study.
ventures is why you two wound up stranded together and had to rely on one another to survive.
Well, I wouldn't presume to speak for Animalia's role in why she was there. But there was a situation that developed, an emergency, if you will, and, well, to be honest, I would have died.
Tell me more
She
about that.
saved my life. About how I almost died.
Yes, I would very much like to hear that story.
Would you now? Well, there was a hull breach, and the atmosphere in the station began to leak, and I found myself trapped. Lo and behold, your better half came along and rescued me. But in order to rescue me, it took considerable power, and the station was offline for days. Very long days, but good days. You know, aside from being stranded in space.
Is there any semblance of truth to what he's saying?
I did most of the work.
You're not wrong.
Why were you there?
I was chasing him.
Again, not wrong.
You
Because
went off on your own after King Cobra into space.
I went after him on my own because I needed to see what was here so I could have you help me end this. Nobody needs this.
A better question might be, and he kind of sits forward in the seat, why are you here? He asks Kestrel.
Because we're a team, and when we are not together, we like to make sure that one another is safe.
It also
Protected.
helps that I put out a beacon.
Oh, that's what that was. Clever.
Yes, I did not want to be stranded here forever.
I suppose taxi ride is appreciated.
Taxi.
So
How
when we
long?
get back to Earth, you will be dropping me off at my penthouse?
Animalia just rolls her eyes, just like,
Why are we not dropping him off at the insert clever name for Pinnacle City supervillain prison?
I did not say we were dropping him off at his house. He said
You
that.
did say that you'd want to see it.
Do you deliberately try to come across as that slimy and greasy, or is that just a natural part of your charm?
Oh, it's definitely my charm.
You just see Animalia's hands are at her fingers are at her temples, and she's just kind of like putting pressure on her temples.
So when the two of you normally make trips like this, are there like car games that you play? I Spy? The alphabet
This
game?
is anything but normal.
So just awkward silences then? Hint up tension?
Are you talking about this trip, or are you talking about your time surviving at Fairweather?
No, this is much different. This tension's a lot less enjoyable. There feels like there's a lot of unspoken issues between the two of you, though.
There's a lot that I don't want to say in front of you.
Me? I'm the very
I see
paragon
earlier
of
comment about you
discretion.
being a slimy creep.
I am the
Oh,
very
and there's the whole villain thing.
villain. That's who resorts to labels nowadays, really.
I'm sorry, what was that about labels? King Cobra, is it?
We hardly choose our own names. I mean, you wouldn't have chosen to call yourself Kestrel.
What's wrong with Kestrel?
Exactly. What's wrong with Kestrel?
It's absurd. You wear a bird's head and you screech like a bird and you fly around in a cape shaped like wings, and you have your likeness printed on lunchboxes and backpacks.
Well, that part
T-shirts.
was not me. That was the mayor.
Oh. Yes. But it doesn't fan the flames of a desire to be known, famous.
Oh, I've never said that I didn't want to be known. I'm pretty proud of who I am and what I do. We are pretty proud of what we do.
Are you now? And he kind of like looks at Animalia.
I am proud to keep the city safe.
This seems to be a bit bigger than the city, though.
Yes, somehow we have gone intergalactic, apparently.
Quite a surprise. Certainly was not on my calendar for the year. But here we are.
Surprise.
So, did he just dance around insults and telling half truths the whole time you were there, or?
Yes.
Wonderful. I thought maybe by taking our time, might learn a little something from him, but
You're not asking the right questions either.
Information's also not free.
Feel free to speak
That
up.
too.
Well, neither are you, so I mean, you could start talking now.
There is
or
a brain in there.
Last I checked, snakes don't do so well in the vacuum of space, and I hit the brakes on the Falcon. It would just kind of
He
stop.
slams forward in his seat.
Oh, did I forget to put the inertial dampeners on? Sorry about that.
So, my freedom is on the table as an exchange, is what it sounds like then. Something to balance the scales, perhaps. Sounds like you're not pleased with your arrangement with our good mayor.
No. Don't start doing that.
What?
I can hear that tone in your voice, and you are moving into some kind, you're trying to work some kind of angle here.
No angles? We're trying to establish a mutual arrangement. I want my freedom. There's something that you want. Probably just as much.
Are you willing
just
to pay
so
the price for
happen.
his freedom?
Just so happens that I have some amount of influence with Mr. Andrews. I could get your contract renegotiated, for example.
I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Cobra.
King,
this is a
please.
deal that I'm not going to let you dictate what is going on here. I'm going to take a play out of your kind's book. The advantage of fighting crime, watching criminals in action, and seeing what they do and how they act is you start to learn their playbooks a little bit.
A proud smile starts to form on Animalia's face.
You are not going to set the terms of this agreement. I'm going to ask you for something that I feel not a lot of people have asked you for, and probably not something you would have under normal circumstances willingly given.
Coercion, then.
A favor. To be determined and cashed in by us at our discretion.
My freedom, once we return to Earth and the safety of the ground, some of us cannot fly, in exchange for an undisclosed favor that the both of you will be able to capitalize on. In conjunction, or separately, some favors, he kind of, again, looks at Animalia, weigh differently on the scale.
Well, that's our price. We're not declaring any further stipulations, and we're not putting limitations on the favor. That's the deal.
Very well. He sits forward and extends a very clearly unbound hand over the seat to shake with you.
Very reluctantly, I will turn around and shake your hand.
You do so, and you feel a prick on your wrist. That's an insurance measure. Seals the deal, if you will.
Well, I suppose we should get you home as quickly as possible. You might want to fasten your seatbelt this time.
I appreciate the warning.
And I will wait until the exact moment that you've clicked your seatbelt in, and suddenly the ship will take off, moving probably 4 times faster than it was the whole time we were talking. And we get to the dimensional rift within no time at all.
Perfect.
In fact, I think we're the next thing we see is us landing on your penthouse roof. And before you get out, I want to ask, how long was it just the two of you on the powerless Fairweather station? Then you had to rely on each other's survival.
3 glorious days.
Too long.
Not long enough.
But I don't understand. Why is it then that from the time I received the distress beacon until I came to pick you up, it was only 6 hours?
Someone likes to hide things.
Did we lose Jake?
One of the mini games we played.
Sorry, 15-year-old Jake just broke.
Jake broke.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. I'm getting an unstable internet connection, but I said sorry. 15-year-old Jake broke through. I have nothing further in this scene. Kestrel says no more.
Well, again, I suppose I am literally in your debt. I'm certain that we'll be seeing one another again. But he says this directly at Animalia.
She just rolls her eyes. Let's go back home, Kestrel.
And scene. Wow.
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 Yeah. Good stuff.
I was trying to come up with a clever thing or way that Kestrel subverted King Cobra's insurance policy. And then I realized I kind of think it's better that she didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe if she wasn't a Kestrel and she was a honey badger, it would be different. But
Maybe.
He's got 2 people on the hook now. He's got Kestrel and he's got the Herald. Both of them got the prick.
Yep.
Got the
Sure, nothing's gonna come of that in Act 2, though. Nothing's
She's
gonna
not,
happen.
she's not the only one that got the prick from the sounds of it.
It's a different kind, though.
You're just playing hide the snake. It's okay.
Just playing hide the
Gosh.
snake.
I am gonna give that white die to Jake.
Mm-hmm.
That was a tremendous scene.
That was beautiful.
Jake's got them white dice stacking up.
Telling you what.
Kestrel might just come out on top on this one. Maybe. There's a whole nother act to go. We'll have to see.
The only one who was on top.
Sorry.
It never ends.
I'm not
Oh,
mature
man.
enough for this level.
True, Dad. I don't think any of us are.
I was gonna say, have you ever played a game with me before?
Or it's 1:15 and I'm getting punch drunk.
Yeah, same.
Okay, no
Big
dose.
same.
I'm just sitting here biting my tongue because everything I'm thinking of, I'm like, nope, too far, too gross.
Do it, Austin, you coward. Do it.
Oh my god.
Incredible, guys. That was a fantastic first act. I wasn't sure how Fiasco was going to handle superheroes. Like, I knew it would be a fun game, but I wasn't sure how that would play in the genre. But but
We're using the
It's
term superhero
incredible.
pretty broadly here too, given
Yeah.
this vast of characters.
Yeah.
That's
Superpowered
some of-
people.
that's some of y'all's responsibility.
There's
I'm
only
not supposed
one
to be a
person
hero.
here that I'm actually certain is like at least 80% superhero.
Is that me?
King Cobra, obviously.
It's not even a full 100% either.
No, I can't even give it 100%.
It's very much like The Boys.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. This is great. Thank you all very much. I'm gonna pass things. You know what?
Hold on.
It's late.
Do we have to do the tilt?
We have to do
Oh my
the
god,
tilt.
the tilt!
I'm like,
You're
isn't there a
so
tilt?
Sit
right.
Tilt.
I already have the table up.
You are a rock star, madam. Okay, so I gotta remember how we determine. Everybody rolls the dice that they earned through
Yeah.
the first act, right? Okay. That's all right, and we take the difference between them. So whichever is the highest, you take that, and then you subtract whichever is the lowest from it. And
What if you roll two of the same? Do you just re-roll?
you got a 0, then?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yep. So
Oh.
then your total is 0.
Doubt it.
And I don't think the color of the dice matters for this part of it. Other
So
than
I'm
just,
just
the fact
rolling
that they're
3
Is-
white dice and totaling them
Wait.
up.
Isn't it like doesn't it have like
Okay.
another subtract the higher from the lower?
So
Or the
yeah,
lower from the
it
higher?
says as Act 1 wraps up, you'll have some dice in front of you as a result of the preceding scenes. Roll them all and add all the black dice together and all the white dice together,
you go.
then subtract the higher from the lower. For example, if you have 1 black die and 1 white die and roll a 6 and a 4 respectively, that's a 2 black. If you have 1 black and
Oh, it
3
does
white
matter.
dice and rolled totals of 1 and 18 respectively, that's 17 white. If you have no dice, your total is 0.
Okay. You did a much better job of explaining it. I did
literally
not
read the
think
book.
that the color mattered for the tilt, but I guess that it does. Okay, so for example, well, that's not going to be a good example because I have 1 die. So Austin and Jason, the two of y'all's will probably be the clearest example because y'all have dice of both colors.
Yep, I rolled a white 4 and a black 3, so I have
Okay.
a 1 white.
1 white. All right.
I rolled
got-
a black. Okay.
Go ahead.
A black 5 and a white 5, so I have a 0.
Okay. Baron got a black 4. I also got a black 4. So it looks like
The Warbird's got 6 white. Both.
Yeah.
Warbirds both got 6 white. So I think there's a person that gets selected out of each high color. Is that the way that works? The highest black and the highest white
Believe
are the ones who
so,
roll?
yes.
Okay. So
me
then
look one more
how
time.
do we resolve a tie?
If you have the highest number of either color, you will help add a pair of complications.
Right. Okay.
So the player with the highest white total and the player with the highest black total get to choose tilt elements.
Okay.
I will succeed my draw to you, Jeremy.
Okay. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. And we also have a tie on the white side.
I will cede my draw
Okay.
to Sarah.
Easy enough.
Okay.
All right. So, Sarah, do you want to pick the high concept or do you want to pick the specific for the tilt first? And then we'll do the inverse for the second one.
I'll pick the I'm gonna call it a category.
Yeah. Perfect.
Oh. Am I
So
just
you've got-
using like
Yeah, you've got mayhem, tragedy, innocence, guilt, paranoia, or failure. Do you want to use the dice that we rolled?
That's what I was asking.
Perfect.
So,
So you got what with
I
your 2 white dice?
I have 2 3s.
Okay. So a 3 would be innocence.
Innocence.
And I have a 4. The only die that I have. So
Collateral
collateral
damage.
damage. Interesting. I like that.
I do too.
Okay. And then I'll just reuse the same die that I had. So 4 would be guilt. And then a 3 on your side would be somebody develops a conscience. That works for this group, maybe.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's actually the biggest pause out of all of those. Is which one of us develop a conscience?
Right? Where's the dramatic weight in that? Who's gonna be the best one for that one? Sweet. All right. Well, we've got those. So we should be good. That should be it. Oh my god, I am out of gas. This was a lot.
Mhm.
A lot of fun,
That was.
as always. Cool. Like I said, it is late, so I think we're going to skip the roundabout closing arguments, unless anybody just has something specific they want to throw out there. Nope. Awesome.
Thanks for
I
hosting,
love all
Jeremy.
of
You're
you.
great. Bye.
I appreciate that.
You're the
Thank you.
best.
I love all of you, even when I'm being mean to you. Thank you for letting me be mean. For everybody who watched, thank you very much for tuning in. It's always a blast to see people hanging out with us in chat, watching, whether you watched along with us as we played or whether you're watching at some point in the future. I hope that you're getting something out of this. All right, we're going to go ahead and get out of here. So be nice, fuck ice, and until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.